Chapter 1298. Do you have anything to eat? Just as Lu Yi was pondering, the old man's voice rang in his ears. What? Lu Yi was taken aback. He thought he had misheard. There was no reason for a sunshine cultivator to ask him for food. The old man looked like a beggar, but he couldn't be a beggar. Do you have anything to eat? The old man repeated. Lu Yi heard him clearly this time. He was speechless. Although he didn't know what the old man meant, he still nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of dried meat. His storage pouch contained quite a few of these things, mainly for Hu Po's needs in the past. He himself was also greedy for food, but ever since his cultivation had slowly increased, he rarely ate these things. The old man took it, put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it whole. Still not satisfied, he said again. Lu Yi took out another large piece, but the old man still asked for more. He didn't have the demeanor of a sunshine cultivator at all. As a result, Lu Yi continued to take out all kinds of edible things. At first, it was still dried meat that could be eaten directly, but later on, it was some uncooked beast meat that was dripping with blood. The old man didn't care whether it was raw or cooked. Anyway, he would eat as long as there was meat. He seemed to have a good appetite. Lu Yi was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that the old man would eat him too. That would be bad. But since he was under the eaves, he could only be so careful. Fortunately, Lu Yi didn't feel any malice from the old man. No more. After a while, Lu Yi spread out his hands. Although he had a lot of meat left, it wasn't much. With the old man eating like this, it was naturally used up. The old man smacked his lips and said generously, "Bring me wine." This time, Lu Yi had experience. He took out all the wine in his storage. There weren't many, only a few dozen jars. They were leftovers from the last time he drank with his third and fourth senior brothers. The old man laughed heartily. "You're not bad. This old man likes you." After saying that, he opened the seal of a jar of wine and sucked the wine into his stomach with his mouth closed. After drinking a dozen jars, the old man burped and patted his stomach. Comfortable. He solemnly put away the remaining jars. It seemed that he planned to enjoy them in the future. Glancing at Lu Yi, who looked calm but was actually vigilant, the old man chuckled. "Kid, don't worry. This old man doesn't kill for no reason. You'll know when you ask around." Lu Yi couldn't help but complain. He had just stepped into the galaxy and hadn't even explored the region. How could he ask around? But from the old man's words, this old man seemed to be famous in the galaxy. "I'm not worried." The old man smiled and asked, "Which realm are you from?" "The realm of 9 heavens." Realm of 9 heavens. The old man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I've never heard of it. It must be some remote place." Even though he had wandered the starry skies and was very experienced, he did not dare say that he knew all the realms in the starry skies. However, since it was a realm that he had never heard of, it was definitely not a powerful realm. "You seem to have just entered the constellation not long ago. Do you have any difficulties in cultivation? If you do, feel free to ask. This old man can give you a few pointers." The old man asked again. Hearing this, Lu Yi didn't hold back and asked about the key points of cultivation after the constellation. Although he had some information from the jade slips given by Little Nine, the records were not comprehensive enough, so it was difficult to guarantee that his understanding was correct. Yang Qing left too quickly. When he was here, Lu Yi didn't think to ask about this, so now he couldn't find someone to ask for advice. The old man he met in the galaxy was a suitable person. The old man immediately told Lu Yi about the cultivation of the constellation. Lu Yi listened carefully and compared it with his previous understanding. Sure enough, he found many mistakes. These mistakes wouldn't cause any problems in his cultivation. As he cultivated, he would definitely notice it, but it would waste a lot of time. The old man seemed to have no one to talk to for a long time. Not only did he talk about the things to pay attention to in the constellation realm, but he also told Lu Yi a lot of random information. And these were exactly what Lu Yi or Nine States lacked. After talking for half a day, the old man took a sip of wine and chuckled. Your Nine Heavens realm has just been promoted to a large realm, right? Senior's eyes are as sharp as torches. Lu Yi nodded. The old man said, It's not that my eyes are sharp, but this is all common knowledge. Any realm with a Yao realm overseeing it would know, but you don't know. It's obvious that the realm doesn't have a Yao realm. Since that's the case, it must have been promoted to a large realm not long ago. Lu Yi blushed with shame. Just as he was about to ask for more advice, the old man suddenly said, It's about time. Lu Yi looked at him in confusion. The old man smiled. If you stay here any longer, I'm afraid you'll die without a doubt. Lu Yi had no idea what he was talking about. He only felt that this old man seemed a little strange. The old man scratched his head. I ate your meat and drank your wine. I should at least give you some benefits. Lu Yi immediately said, What Senior said just now is already a great benefit to this junior. I dare not ask for more. The old man said that won't do. I, Feng Romo, have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. What I told you is just common knowledge. It's not worth anything. You accompanied me to relieve my boredom, and I ate and drank. How can I just let it go like this? Lu Yi really didn't want to take any benefits from others. Encountering such a person for no reason, even if he didn't feel any malice from the other party, it was still fine to exchange a few words. But if he really took something from the other party, then there would be more implications. It was hard to know what a person's heart was thinking. Moreover, this old man looked exactly like a beggar. He even had to beg for food and drink. He probably didn't have anything good. Even if he did have something good, it wasn't something a Constellation realm cultivator like him could handle. Feng Rumo frowned and fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, What should I give you? After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. As he said this, he reached out and grabbed. When Lu Yi reacted, he suddenly realized that the Pan Shan saber at his waist was already in the old man's hand. Lu Ye's expression instantly turned cold, and his eyelids drooped slightly. A weapon cultivator's weapon was an extension of his life. He definitely wouldn't let others take it easily. The old man took away the Pan Shan saber without asking. He had undoubtedly violated a taboo. However, the difference in strength between them was obvious. Even if Lu Yi was angry, it was of no use. Feng Ramo raised his hand and wiped the Pan Shan saber. It was unknown what he did, but he casually threw it back to Lu Yi. I sealed a secret technique in the saber. When you meet someone you can't beat later, use that secret technique to deal with him. However, you only have one chance. You have to grasp it well. He looked as if Lu Yi would definitely meet an enemy he couldn't beat. As he spoke, he pointed in another direction. Fly in that direction. There's an opportunity there, but there's also danger. Consider it carefully before deciding whether to go or not. Lu Yi suddenly realized that this was the benefit that Feng Ramo gave him. The secret technique sealed in the saber should be to deal with this opportunity. Of course, he could choose not to go in that direction. If so, the benefit that Feng Ramo gave him was that he could use the secret technique sealed in the saber to fight enemies in the future. Anyway, no matter what, Lu Yi wouldn't lose out. He only gave Feng Ramo some wine and meat, and he received such a benefit. He didn't even take into account the various information that he had told Lu Yi before. For a moment, Lu Yi only felt that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Speaking of which, the difference in strength between them was so great. If Feng Ramo really wanted to harm him, it would be a matter of moving his fingers. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. However, I have to say something first. When you encounter danger soon, you can't use the secret technique in the saber. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Soon, before Lu Yi finished speaking, he heard Feng Rumo shout in a low voice, "Go!" Immediately after, a gentle force pushed out, and his figure involuntarily left his side. When Lu Yi stood still again, Feng Rumo had already run far away. The light of the flying sword was still chasing him, as if it would chase him until the end of time. Lu Yi immediately understood the meaning of Feng Rumo's last sentence. That was because a ray of light suddenly separated from the bright sword light and rushed towards him. From afar, Feng Rumo's voice came into his ears. "Any living thing that comes into contact with this old man will be locked onto by this sword light. Boy, try your best to survive. We'll meet again." The little good impression that Lu Yi had of this old man disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, no stranger walking in the starry sky was purely good. The old man's temperament was not bad, other than detaining Lu Yi, making him accompany him for half a day and asking for some wine and meat. He didn't do anything excessive. He didn't even rob Lu Yi of his spirit jade. In the end, he sealed a secret technique in his mountain saber and pointed out the location of an opportunity. However, he still kept Lu Yi by his side, knowing what would happen to him. This was obviously not what a good person should do. Lu Yi also suddenly understood what Feng Rumo meant when he said it was almost time. From the current situation, any living thing that came into contact with Feng Rumo would be locked onto by the sword light. The longer the contact, the greater the power of the sword light. If not for this, Feng Rumo would not have let Lu Yi go so easily. He would have kept him by his side for a while and talked more. This weird old man was not a good person, but he was not a bad person in the true sense. Simply defining him as good or bad was obviously not comprehensive enough. Not only Feng Rumo, but in fact, most of the cultivators in the cultivation world were like this. Lu Yi could only sigh at his bad luck. In this vast starry sky, he encountered such a thing for the first time when he left the 9 regions. Without time to sigh, he raised his saber and stabbed out. His spiritual power surged wildly and bits of starlight fell, attacking the oncoming sword light. Chapter 1299. Lu Yi had no idea what the quality of a flying sword that could make a Sunshine State cultivator not even dare to turn his head back was. Moreover, this flying sword had its own spirituality. Lu Yi knew that if this flying sword were to target him, there was only one thing he could do: wash his neck and wait for it to strike. But now the flying sword that was targeting him was not the main body of the flying sword, but a split sword ray. Then he might be able to block it. At the same time, the weapon box at Lu Ye's waist vibrated, and an imperial weapon flew out. This was a layer of insurance. Before coming into contact with the sword ray, he was not sure if he could block it. Specks of starlight blossomed in the air, accurately piercing the incoming sword ray. Lu Ye's face turned serious. His long saber spun like a crescent moon, and in an instant the saber ray was as white as snow. Numerous crescent-shaped saber rays flew out and met the incoming sword ray. However, regardless of whether it was the first form or the second form, they were unable to stop the sword ray's advance. The sword ray did not look impressive, but it was powerful and unstoppable. When Lu Ye's saber rays came into contact with it, they melted like snowflakes under the blazing sun. Is this something that a constellation cultivator can block? That Feng Rumo is simply harming people. After realizing that something was wrong, Lu Yi turned around and ran. He circulated his spiritual power to the maximum, and his speed quickly reached a limit. However, the piercing sensation behind him became clearer and clearer. The sword ray was getting closer and closer to him. The sharp aura made Lu Yi understand that if he was hit by this sword ray, he would not be able to block it no matter how strong his body was. After running for less than 5 breaths, Lu Yi had no choice but to activate his spatial spiritual runes and disappear. Almost at the same time, the sword ray pierced through his original position. Lu Yi reappeared 1,000 miles away. However, before he could catch his breath, the feeling of being locked on by spiritual power came again. He looked up and saw a speck of light flying toward him. Even though it was just a split sword light, it still had the effect of locking onto the enemy and chasing after them. Lu Ye's teleportation was unable to shake it off. Of course, the main reason was that time was short and the distance he had teleported wasn't far enough. The Imperial equipment that had just been retrieved shot out again. And this time it wasn't just one Imperial equipment that was shot out, but 5 or 6. In the starry sky, the Imperial equipment quickly flew in all directions. Lu Yi held his saber and stood still. He looked at the sword aura that was rapidly approaching him, judging the distance between them. Only when Xiao Chun was 50 kilometers away did he draw his saber and send out strands of saber light. He was sure that even if he used the void spirit runes to shift, the sword light would still chase after him. If this continued, he would waste a lot of time. Therefore, there was only one way to get rid of this sword light: continuously consume its power. In the end, it was just a sword ray that had split off. It was a tree without roots, a water without a source. When its power was exhausted to a certain extent, it would naturally disappear. Lu Yi didn't dare to let it get close to him, so he could only use his saber light to deal with it. Although he didn't know how effective this was, it was safer. If it were any other Constellation Realm cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to imitate his method. In the face of such a sword light, they could only face it head-on. In the end, there was a high chance that they would die. The crescent-shaped saber light kept bombarding as Lu Yi waved his saber, accurately colliding with the sword light. When the distance between them was only about 5 kilometers, Lu Yi activated the void spirit runes and left the place. When he reappeared in another place, as expected, the sword light chased after him again, repeating the same pattern. At first, there were no results. The luster and power of the sword light showed no signs of weakening. However, as time passed and Lu Yi continued to use it, he could clearly feel that the sword light's power was weakening. After half a day, the luster of the sword light had dimmed to the point that it was almost undetectable. This time, Lu Yi didn't activate the void spirit runes. Instead, he held his saber and rushed toward the sword light. The moment they passed each other, he slashed out with his saber. The sword light shattered. The feeling of being locked on also disappeared at the same time. Lu Yi stood still and couldn't help but sigh. A mere sword beam had actually taken him half a day to resolve it. How terrifying was the flying sword's main body! And in the end, it wasn't something that a Constellation Realm cultivator could get rid of, nor could he resist it. Did Feng Romo want to kill him? But if he really wanted to, why did he have to do it? Lu Yi had indeed thought wrongly. Since Feng Romo had let Lu Yi go at that time, it was because he was certain that the split sword light would not take his life. Of course, it was inevitable that he would suffer a little and be injured. However, when one's cultivation reached the Constellation Realm, their recovery ability would become stronger. As long as they didn't die at that time, they would recover after a while. According to Feng Romo's estimation, Lu Ye's injuries would take about 1 or 2 months to fully recover. At that time, he would be safe and sound. However, he underestimated Lu Ye's methods. It was mainly using the void spirit runes to teleport. Not to mention a Constellation Realm cultivator. Even Rizhao couldn't do it unless he was prepared in advance. Lu Yi could be considered to have used a cheap trick to avoid suffering the consequences of his actions. After dealing with the sword light, Lu Yi found a desolate star nearby. In the starry sky, there were many desolate stars like this. There were also meteorites drifting everywhere. It could be said that they could be seen everywhere. Such desolate stars didn't have the slightest bit of vitality and wouldn't give birth to any living creatures. However, there was a high chance of finding spiritual jades. Lu Yi had previously gained from many desolate stars. This time, he didn't come to find spiritual jades. He just needed a place to recover and, at the same time, to determine his current location. Being swept away by Feng Romo for a while, he was already out of the range that Lu Yi had planned in advance. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, so it wasn't a big problem. The entanglement with the sword light had consumed a lot of his energy. He took out a spiritual jade and held it in his hand, urging the power of the talent tree to absorb it, controlling it to a reasonable efficiency of not wasting it. Only then did Lu Yi determine his current location through the position of the Sun star and Venus star. He had tried this method many times on his previous journey and had some experience. Therefore, after a while, he roughly knew his and Juzhou's location. He then checked his Pan-Shan saber. Feng Rumo said that there was a secret technique sealed within the Pan-Shan saber. However, he didn't say what kind of secret technique it was, so Lu Yi didn't know. After careful inspection, he found that there were indeed traces of a seal within the Pan-Shan saber. However, the seal wasn't very strong. Therefore, as long as he poured in enough spiritual power, he could break it. At that time, the secret technique sealed within would be released. This should be the method to use the secret technique. Lu Yi didn't know how powerful the secret technique was. After all, it was a one-time use. It wouldn't be good to test it out. However, a Sunshine Realm cultivator should be extraordinary. After resting for half a day, he recovered to his original state. Only then did Lu Yi think about the opportunity that Feng Rumo had given him. There were two choices in front of him. One was to follow Feng Rumo's instructions and investigate. The secret technique sealed within the Pan-Shan saber was prepared for this opportunity. Of course, Lu Yi didn't have to go. In any case, the seal within the Pan-Shan saber was already a benefit. If he kept it, it might be a life-saving asset in the future. Also, Feng Rumo had said that it was indeed an opportunity, but it was also dangerous. But since it was an opportunity, how could there be no risk? Lu Yi had wandered the world for so long. So how could he not understand this principle? Lu Yi didn't want to miss out on the opportunity pointed out by a Sunshine Realm cultivator. He jumped up and flew in the direction that Feng Rumo had pointed out. He would go and take a look first. If it was really too dangerous, he would just give up. He couldn't just ignore it. Cultivators were never afraid of trouble, especially people like Lu Yi. If he didn't know, then so be it. Now that he knew, he had to investigate. From a certain point of view, curiosity wasn't a trait unique to the Fey race. Almost every race had it. Back then, Feng Rumo had only pointed casually, and Lu Yi had been constantly moving and changing his position while entangled with the sword light. Therefore, it was still somewhat difficult to determine the direction Feng Rumo had pointed at. Without a suitable reference point in space, there was no way to determine up, down, left, and right. Often, one wrong thought could lead to thousands of miles of error. Fortunately, Lu Ye's sense of direction was not bad, and his temperament was also quite open-minded. He had the mentality of looking if he could find it, but if he couldn't, then so be it. There was no pressure. As he flew, he didn't find anything. After flying for more than half a month, he didn't find anything except some spirit jades. Lu Yi wanted to go back home. He guessed that he had gone in the wrong direction. Otherwise, he would have found the opportunity that Feng Rumo had pointed out. He made up his mind to search for another half a month. If he still didn't find it, he would follow the original plan and head back to 9 regions. Thinking of this, his mood became more relaxed. In the end, it didn't even take half a month. Less than 10 days later, Lu Yi saw a tattered spirit boat in the distance. The spirit boat was very big with 3 floors. Its shape was similar to the spirit boats in 9 regions, but it was obviously of higher quality and was suitable for sailing in the starry sky. At first glance, this spirit boat was a very aggressive type. The shape of the whole spirit boat looked quite ferocious, like a dormant beast. However, no one knew what it had encountered. But the entire hull of the boat was in tatters, as if it had gone through an extremely difficult and desperate battle. The most obvious damage was the huge hole on the side of the boat, which went straight into the interior. In the starry sky, such a ferocious and broken spirit boat was slowly floating, giving off a strange and gloomy feeling. Was this the opportunity that Feng Rumo had mentioned? Lu Yi wasn't sure, but if the direction he was looking for was right, it should be this. What kind of opportunity was this broken spirit boat? Lu Yi didn't rush forward, but flew a few laps around the spirit boat. He carefully spread out his divine sense to investigate from a distance. Chapter 1300. As a result, Lu Yi did not detect any aura of living beings from this spirit boat. It made sense. The spirit boat had obviously experienced a cruel battle, and the spirit boat itself was damaged to this extent. How could there be any cultivators left? They must have either died or escaped. At this point, Lu Yi could not be sure whether the spirit boat in front of him was the opportunity that Feng Rumo had pointed out. This spirit boat floated from nowhere in the starry sky, and he did not know where it would float to. Before Lu Yi encountered it, it must have been wandering for a long time. In that case, there must have been other cultivators who had encountered this boat. If there was really something good on the boat, it would not have waited for him to search. Lu Yi was certain that this was most likely a worthless, broken warship. For a moment, he was a little bored, but since he had encountered it, he should explore it. He flew a few more laps around the spirit boat, and his spiritual force crossed to explore. After finding nothing unusual, Lu Yi stopped and condensed his clone. Even if he could conclude that there was no danger on this spirit boat, he still had to be careful. If a cultivator was not careful enough in the starry sky, he would be unlucky sooner or later. Soon, the sword cultivator clone appeared beside Lu Yi and dressed the clone. This time he did not equip the sword gourd. After all, he was only going to investigate and should not need the sword gourd. With a thought, the clone landed on the spirit boat. Stepping on the deck, he saw traces of the battle everywhere. There were also some mottled bloodstains and hundreds of holes of various sizes. After searching, he did not find anything valuable on this broken deck. It could even be said that the entire deck was empty. The clone then headed towards the interior of the ship. A moment later, the main body, who had been outside, also rushed onto the spirit boat and explored with the clone. Just as Lu Yi had thought before, there was no danger on this spirit boat. In this way, he could be sure of one thing. This was not the opportunity that Feng Rumo had pointed out before. It was just a coincidence that he had encountered this broken spirit boat. The clone began to search from the third floor of the cabin, and the main body searched from the bottom of the cabin. This could also increase the efficiency. They searched the rooms one by one. After half a day, the clone and the main body gathered together, and Lu Yi casually put away the clone. What a waste of effort. It was just a broken boat. There was nothing valuable on it. Even the broken boat itself was worthless. Thinking about it, if it really had the slightest bit of value, it would have been taken away by the cultivator who discovered it. How could they let it drift freely in the starry sky? Lu Yi was about to leave, but just as he stood up, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a thick fog appeared out of thin air. Under the cover of this fog, one's eyes could not see, and their spiritual sense could not penetrate it. Lu Yi was shocked. He immediately pulled out the mountain pan saber and activated the divine edge spirit inscriptions. His spiritual energy surged, and he was ready to attack. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary on the spirit boat when he was inspecting it, but something like this happened just as he was about to leave. This was obviously not normal. His figure quickly rushed up, but the strange thing was that the thick fog still lingered around him, and he couldn't get rid of it. Lu Yi used a wisp of his consciousness to check on his talent tree and found that there was nothing wrong with it. From this, he could confirm that the fog was not poisonous, but it was obviously not an ordinary fog. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for a constellation realm spiritual sense to see through it. An illusion formation, or a maze formation. Lu Yi could only conclude that he had fallen into some kind of brilliant formation. He activated the insight spirit inscriptions to enhance his eyes and looked around, but he didn't find anything special. It wasn't a formation. He had good attainments in the Tao of formations. If there were really any remnants of a formation on the spirit boat, he should have noticed it long ago. But in fact, his main body and clone didn't find anything when they searched. If it wasn't a formation, what could it be? Even if there was a sudden change, Lu Yi didn't panic at all. He only looked for a way to break out. But the strange thing was that no matter how hard he flew, he still couldn't fly out of the fog's range. He felt that he had already flown thousands of miles in a short time, but the fog was still thick around him. Just as Lu Yi was thinking, he suddenly heard a ghostly wail and howl. The sound came from all directions and went straight into his mind. In such a strange environment, a timid person would probably feel their hair stand on end. Lu Ye's expression was grave. He kept looking left and right, his spiritual sense moving back and forth, trying to find any traces of abnormalities. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the depths of the fog. "Let's set sail!" The ghostly wail and howl became playful at this moment. Lu Yi suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. It was also at this moment that the thick fog suddenly dissipated, and Lu Ye's vision finally became clear again. A bearded face appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision. It was a burly man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, and his well-defined muscles were bulging. Lu Yi didn't even think and slashed at this guy. On the pitch-black mountain blade, the light of the divine edge spirit mark shone to the extreme in an instant. However, at the same time that Lu Yi slashed, a lot of information suddenly surged in his mind uncontrollably. This information came inexplicably, and he had never known it before. It was as if someone had forcibly stuffed this information into his mind. Qinzong, late-stage constellation, the first mate of the Long Dragon worship. Lu Yi instantly saw through the identity of this bearded man. This slash was Lu Ye's full strength, and it couldn't be said to be weak. However, this Qinzong's cultivation was 2 whole levels higher than Lu Ye's, and he was also an individual cultivator, so his reaction was extremely fast. He seemed to have expected this and had already activated his protective spiritual energy before Lu Yi slashed. This slash cut into the opponent's protective spiritual energy, but it didn't break through. Qinzong jumped back and looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. "Captain, what are you doing?" There were a few other figures beside him, and they all looked at Lu Yi, puzzled. Lu Yi held his blade and stood in place. His eyes were lowered, and he quickly checked the various information that had just surged into his mind. His gaze swept over the few figures, and he compared them with the strange information that had appeared. Xiao Jiaming, late-stage constellation, second mate of the Long Dragon worship. Zhou Xing, mid-stage constellation, array master of the Long Dragon worship. Su Qingwei, mid-stage constellation, ship doctor. There were only these few people beside him, but there were clearly more than these few people. In Lu Ye's divine sense, there were more than a dozen auras around him, and all of them were in the constellation realm. And he was the captain of the Long Dragon worship. They were a group of galactic pirates active in the starry sky. They plundered everywhere, committed crimes, and committed many evil deeds. Lu Ye's mind was a little confused. He was clearly exploring a dilapidated spirit ship and was about to leave after finding nothing. However, at this moment, a fog shrouded over, and when the fog dissipated, it became this strange situation in front of him. The Long Dragon worship was obviously the name of the dilapidated spirit ship he had previously explored. Lu Yi could basically confirm this when he scanned with his divine sense. In terms of layout, the Long Dragon worship he was on now was exactly the same as the dilapidated spirit ship, except that one was intact and the other was dilapidated. What was going on? Even though Lu Yi had experienced some situations, he was still a little confused. The dilapidated spirit ship had transformed into a complete warship, and the originally empty spirit ship had more than a dozen constellation realm cultivators on it. He had even inexplicably become the captain of this galactic pirate gang. This matter was full of strangeness. Just as Lu Yi was pondering, Su Qingwei whispered, "Captain, are you okay?" Her identity was the ship doctor of the Long Dragon worship. Lu Ye's condition clearly didn't look right, so she naturally had to ask, Lu Yi didn't answer immediately and was still deep in thought. After a while he said lightly, "I'm fine, just in a daze." He slowly sheathed the mountain pan saber. He was sure that these guys should know something about his situation, but they all looked like they didn't know anything, and Lu Yi couldn't ask directly, not to mention whether they would tell him or not. The gap in strength was not something Lu Yi could bridge. He couldn't use force. The first and second officers of this long dragon worship were at the late stage of the constellation realm. Lu Yi estimated that he could barely fight them one-on-one, but 1 against 2, he definitely couldn't win. Hearing him say this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Zong grinned. "Captain, you're really good. That saber was really sharp. It scared me." He wasn't lying. He was at the late stage of the constellation realm, and Lu Yi was only at the early stage of the constellation realm. The saber almost broke his protective spirit qi, which showed how extraordinary that saber was. Lu Yi didn't answer. He originally thought that this broken spirit boat was just a coincidence that he found it, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the opportunity that Feng Rumo pointed out before. Unfortunately, Feng Rumo didn't say anything at that time, so Lu Yi was now confused. The most important point was that it was obviously a broken spirit boat, but how did it turn into a perfect long dragon warship? And the ship was fully staffed. If it was an illusion, then it could still be explained. But what Lu Yi saw and what his body felt told him one thing. This was not an illusion, but reality. But Lu Yi could be sure of one thing. This was definitely an illusion. The thick fog was a catalyst, but the level of this illusion was too high, so high that he couldn't detect any flaws. If that was the case, then the people in front of him might not be living people. They might look no different from living people, but in reality, they might have been dead for a long time. His current position must still be on the broken spirit boat, but under the effect of illusion, what he saw was a long dragon battleship that was in perfect condition. Chapter 1301. Slowly understanding his situation, Lu Yi immediately understood that this was a dangerous place, and he should not stay for long. The information he had now seemed comprehensive, but in fact it was useless. In such an environment, it was naturally better to slip away first. As for the opportunity Feng Rumo mentioned, no matter what it was more important to ensure his own safety first. Immediately he walked out. Su Qingwei followed closely. "Captain, are you really okay?" Lu Yi didn't want to pay attention to her, but after thinking about it, he turned his head and said coldly, "I'm going out for a walk. Don't follow me." Su Qingwei stopped. Lu Yi walked out of the cabin and found that he was now on the 3rd floor of the battleship, which was the floor where his doppelganger first explored. The place where he was just now was probably where the control center of the long dragon battleship was located. Looking up, he saw that the sky was covered with stars, and the long dragon battleship was sailing in the starry sky at this moment. Lu Yi tried to find the positions of the Sun Star and Venus that he was familiar with, but found nothing. This caused his heart to sink. The various unforeseen events from before were already inexplicable enough. Now, even the environment they were in had changed. He didn't have time to think about it. What he had to do now was to leave here quickly. His figure leaped and flew out, but soon Lu Yi felt that something was wrong, because he found that no matter how he flew, he couldn't leave the spirit ship and could only stay within 100 feet of the spirit ship. The long dragon battleship seemed to have a magical power that firmly trapped him. Usually he couldn't feel it, but when he wanted to leave here, it would play a role. Such means were beyond the scope of his understanding. Sure enough, things were not so simple. Although he had been mentally prepared when he discovered this problem, Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. It seemed that it was related to his current identity. His current identity was the captain of the long dragon battleship. Since he was the captain, he was naturally firmly tied to the long dragon battleship. As the saying goes, if the ship exists, he will exist. If the ship perishes, he will die. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, Lu Ye's heart jumped, and he faintly had a feeling that a disaster was coming. Enemy attack! Suddenly, A loud shout resounded through the deck. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young cultivator shouting a warning at the top of the mast. Lu Yi hurriedly looked around, and sure enough, he saw some traces in one direction. It was 3 warships that looked different from the Long Dragon battleship, and they were rapidly approaching in a triangular formation. In the distance, the front ends of the 3 battleships lit up. Obviously, they were accumulating power. When Lu Yi was in the 9 prefectures, he had come into contact with things like battleships. The 9 prefectures' Grand Heaven Alliance had a type of flying dragon battleship that was specifically used to attack cities. It was extremely powerful and was not something that cultivators could compare to. If the battleships in the domain were like this, then there was no need to mention the battleships outside the domain. Who knew what level those 3 battleships were? Now that they were targeting the Long Dragon battleship, Lu Yi immediately felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't fly away from the battleship. After the warning sound was heard, the crew members rushed over from all over the place, divided into the center of the array on the deck, and quickly began to perform their duties. One of the female crew members passed by Lu Yi and said, "Quickly go back to where you came from. Don't die too many times. Otherwise, you will never be able to escape." Lu Yi turned his head and looked at the back of the woman, faintly feeling that this woman seemed to be a little different from the other crew members. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about this because Qin Zong had already arrived with a nervous expression. "Captain, quickly control the battleship." Lu Yi took one last look at the back of the woman before flying up to the cabin from before. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Zhang Xian immediately noticed a sphere at the center of the room, surrounded by a complex formation. This was the center of the Long Dragon battleship. Lu Yi quickly stepped forward, raised his hand, and placed it on the ball. His divine sense and spiritual energy surged and poured into the ball. The next moment, a wonderful feeling appeared all over his body. It was as if he had become one with the Long Dragon battleship. He was the Long Dragon battleship, and the Long Dragon battleship was him. He could clearly feel every detail of the battleship and could also see the various advantages and disadvantages of the battleship. However, in the end, Lu Yi had no experience in operating a battleship, and just as he was experiencing this feeling, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. Looking up, his eyes were deep, seemingly able to penetrate the void, and he could clearly see 3 rays of light rushing towards the Long Dragon battleship in a triangular formation. It was the attack launched by the 3 battleships he had just seen on the deck. Lu Yi instinctively wanted to dodge, but at this moment his mind had merged with the Long Dragon battleship, so dodging was not so easy. He needed to control the battleship to dodge. This was completely different from controlling his own body. The Long Dragon battleship shook violently as the first attack arrived. Although it was unable to dodge, the crew of the Long Dragon battleship were well trained and had already activated the protective array. When this attack hit the light curtain of the array, it suddenly rippled. This was followed by a second, then a third. Lu Yi tried his best to control the warship, but he was one step too late. Although the continuous barrage of attacks failed to break through the protective barrier of the formation, they were still able to send the Long Dragon warship flying through the air with the force of the barrage of attacks. It was not only the battleship that was sent flying, but also Lu Ye's mind. In Lu Ye's mind at this moment, he was like a flying target, completely unable to control his body, let alone dodge the following attacks. Qin Zong anxiously jumped to the side, urging his spiritual energy to stabilize his mind while shouting, "Captain, quickly dodge!" "Do you think I don't know how to dodge? I need to have some kind of ability." Lu Yi almost cursed out loud. As a person who had never controlled a battleship of this type before, there were just too many inconsistencies. In just 10 breaths of time, the protective light curtain of the Long Dragon battleship was broken, and when the bright rays of light once again attacked, Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. The starry sky. Sure enough, it was dangerous. He never thought that his life would come to an end like this. The attacks of the triangular formation broke the protective light curtain and slammed into the hull of the battleship, causing the crew on the deck to scream and die one by one. Lu Yi didn't struggle and just calmly accepted it all, because at this moment, any struggle was meaningless. At the last moment of his life, Hua Xi's face appeared in his mind. He didn't know, would that woman really give birth to a child for him? Amidst this tranquility, Lu Yi suddenly sensed something strange. Turning his head, he saw that Qin Zong and the others were all looking at him. The fear and despair from before had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were all looking at him with a strange smile. Under the white light, all life on the Long Dragon battleship was extinguished. Even the entire battleship was in tatters. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. The feeling of death was incomparably palpitating, but soon he showed a puzzled look. Because at that moment he clearly felt that he had died, so how did he come back to life? Using his divine sense, Lu Yi checked his body and found no traces of injury or damage. What's going on? Looking left and right, he saw Qin Zong and the others, and he was now in the control center of the battleship. Seeing Lu Yi look over, Xiao Jiaming said, "Captain, what are your orders?" Lu Yi stared at him for a while and slowly shook his head. Strange. Too strange. Lu Yi didn't believe in resurrection. Even if someone had this ability, it couldn't be popularized. But in fact, in his divine sense perception, the crew of the battleship who had died just now were all alive and well. It was as if everything he had experienced just now was an illusion. But was that really just an illusion? If it was too real. Lu Yi clearly felt the pain of his body being torn apart when he died. "Captain, are you feeling unwell?" Su Qingwei asked with concern. Lu Yi looked at her with a dazed expression. Just before he died, these guys in front of him all turned their heads and smiled strangely at him, especially Su Qingwei. At that time, her back was clearly facing him, but her head was turned around. At this moment, it was as if nothing had happened. "No," Lu Yi replied stiffly. Qin Zong laughed. "It's our captain's first time sailing, so he must be nervous. Back then, didn't we all go through it like this? Captain, let me tell you, there's no need to be nervous. When it comes to robbing, you get used to it the first time, the second time, and the third time. You'll get used to it." "What's wrong with you?" Lu Yi asked. The few of them were confused. Lu Yi changed his question. "What's the situation just now?" Their expressions became even more confused. Qin Zong scratched his head. "Captain, what are you talking about? What happened just now?" Lu Yi stared at their expressions closely, but he didn't find any flaws, which made him doubt himself. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly came from the direction of the deck's observation deck. "Enemy attack!" Throughout the battleship, the crew who were resting scattered immediately moved, rushing to the deck and performing their duties. Lu Ye's expression stiffened. He quickly raised his hand and pressed it on the ball in front of him. The next moment, the feeling he had experienced before rushed to his heart, and he seemed to have merged with the dragon battleship. His gaze pierced through the void again and saw that in the depths of the starry sky, 3 battleships were rushing over in a triangular formation, and the top of the 3 battleships were shining brightly. This scene was so familiar that it was as though time had turned back. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Qin Zong shouted, "Captain, quickly control the battleship." Chapter 1302. The fierce bombardment continued, and the Long Dragon battleship's protective light curtain was on the brink of collapse. Lu Ye's mind was completely immersed, and although he tried his best to dodge, he was still unable to catch up. This time, the Long Dragon battleship lasted a few breaths longer than the last time, but that was all. The Long Dragon battleship's protective light was broken, and a bright and dazzling light once again filled their field of vision, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. Lu Yi opened his eyes again and calmly looked around. Sure enough, he was still alive, just like before, standing in front of the Long Dragon battleship's control center. Even Qin Zong and the others' original positions had not changed. Was this really a reversal of time? Or was it a strange reincarnation? "Captain, do you have any orders?" Xiao Jianming asked the same question as before. Lu Yi shook his head no. Turning to look at Su Qingwei, he said, "There's nothing wrong with my body, so there's no need to ask." Su Qingwei opened her mouth, somewhat at a loss. Standing in place, Lu Yi pondered. According to the current situation, he was afraid that they would soon be attacked again. There were only two choices in front of him. One was to leave the Long Dragon battleship before the attack arrived, but he had already tried before, and it simply did not work. There was a mysterious force that trapped him on the Long Dragon battleship, preventing him from flying more than 1,000 feet away. So, in fact, he only had one choice: control the Long Dragon battleship and fight with the 3 attacking battleships. Defeat them, defeat them. A battle between battleships was not the same as a battle between cultivators. Lu Yi had already experienced this twice before. No matter how many methods he could not use them while controlling the Long Dragon battleship. All he could rely on was his experience in controlling the Long Dragon battleship and the Long Dragon battleship's performance. Lu Yi was not clear about the performance of the Long Dragon battleship, but it should not be bad because in the previous 2 attacks the Long Dragon battleship had withstood one attack after another, and the Long Dragon battleship's protective light curtain had still been able to maintain until it could not hold on any longer. During this process, if Lu Yi could control the Long Dragon battleship to make the right dodges and avoid a portion of the attacks, then the crew of the Long Dragon battleship could better maintain the protective light curtain, and the time it could hold on would inevitably be greatly increased. Looking for an opportunity to destroy the enemy's Long Dragon battleship was the real way of fighting between battleships. There weren't as many tricks as fights between cultivators, but the level of danger wasn't any lower. Of course, if the strength of a cultivator's tenant body reached a certain level, then there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just go into battle alone and destroy whatever battleships they had. But for Lu Yi, he had never had a deep understanding of battleships before, so he didn't know how to operate a battleship more effectively and conveniently. Suddenly asking him to face 3 enemy battleships of unknown origin in the starry sky was too much of a stretch. Hence, Lu Yi thought of an idea. He turned to look at Qin Zong and the others. "Which one of you can control the warship?" Since he couldn't do it himself, he would let someone else do it. Qin Zong smiled. "All of us know how to do it." This was normal. Most of the space pirates who plundered the universe all year round knew how to operate a battleship. It could only be said that there were good and bad techniques. "Who's the strongest?" Lu Yi asked again. Qin Zong smiled proudly. "Of course it's me." "Then I'll leave it to you," Lu Yi said. Qin Zong immediately revealed a look of joy. "Really? If I tell you to do it, then do it." There wasn't much time left, so Lu Yi didn't have the time to say anything more to him. Qin Zong immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the central sphere that controlled the battleship. His expression suddenly became extremely serious as he asked again, "Captain, do you really want to transfer control to me?" "Cut the crap," Lu Yi urged impatiently. "Then I'll do it." Qin Zong chuckled and raised his hand to press on the sphere, not forgetting to remind Lu Yi, "Captain, please assist me so that the transfer of control can be smooth." Lu Yi didn't know what to do, so he nodded. "You can do it yourself." Qin Zong immediately poured his spiritual power into the sphere. The next moment, Lu Yi understood and realized how to cooperate with him. This sphere was originally filled with his aura, so he had the highest level of control over the Long Dragon battleship. Of course, the other crew members also had some control, but Lu Ye's control was the highest priority. What he needed to do now was to disperse his aura while Qin Zong was doing it. Once the sphere was filled with Qin Zong's aura, the Long Dragon battleship would be under his control. The transfer of control wasn't something that could be done in an instant, but it wouldn't take long. This thing was like a business transaction. one willing to buy and the other willing to sell. But during this process, Lu Yi inexplicably felt that something was wrong. As for what was wrong, he couldn't say. Glancing around, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Jianming and Su Qingwei were staring at the spear, the corners of their mouths blooming with the same strange smile that Lu Yi had seen before. Looking up at Qinzong again, this guy was actually smiling. The feeling of uneasiness became even stronger, as if once he lost control of the long dragon battleship, something terrible would happen. Lu Yi immediately withdrew his hand. Qinzong was stunned. "Captain, what's wrong?" Lu Yi was silent for a moment before saying, "I won't trouble you." Qinzong shrugged indifferently, as if he wasn't disappointed. Looking at Xiao Jianming and Su Qingwei, they had also returned to normal. Enemy attack! The familiar shout came from the observation deck again. Lu Yi sighed, stepped forward, poured his spirit power into the sphere, and began to control the long dragon battleship. But because of the previous transfer of control, there was a part of Qinzong's aura in the sphere of the control center. Normally, Lu Yi would be able to disperse this aura with a little time. But at this moment, where could he find the time? He immediately felt that controlling the long dragon battleship was not as smooth as the previous 2 times, and there was always a hint of obscurity. He wasn't familiar with it, and with such a disadvantage in the starry sky, the long dragon battleship's performance was even more worrying. This time, the long dragon battleship didn't last long before it was blown up. In the 4th cycle, when Lu Yi opened his eyes, he felt that something was wrong. Between himself and the long dragon battleship, there seemed to be a strange connection. This connection was completely different from the previous feeling. It was not a meaningless connection between the long dragon battleship and the captain's identity, but a real, unclear connection. There was no such connection in the previous cycles. Lu Yi originally planned to wait until this cycle to directly control the long dragon battleship and practice his control skills at the same time to deal with the next crisis. Anyway, under such a cycle, he would not really die, so as long as he took advantage of the time before the enemy attacked, he could be a qualified captain and lead the crew on the long dragon battleship to fight against the enemy. But now that such a sudden change had occurred, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Since stepping on this long dragon battleship, there was a strange feeling everywhere, and now this thing was even stranger. Lu Yi began to investigate this connection, but he couldn't find it clearly. Suddenly, he remembered that during the 1st cycle, a female crew member passed by him and said something. That woman told him not to die too many times. Otherwise, he would never be able to get rid of it. At that time, he had no idea what the woman was talking about, and he didn't have the time to ask in detail. Now, it seemed that it had something to do with his current changes. This was the 4th cycle, and he had died 3 times before, so he had a mysterious connection with the long dragon battleship. If he died more times, would this connection become stronger until he was trapped on this long dragon battleship forever, unable to get rid of it? During Lu Ye's 2nd cycle, he had asked Qinzong and the others, trying to get some information from them, but those guys didn't know anything. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to get information, he had to find that woman. She seemed to be a little different from the others. With a surge of divine sense, Lu Yi immediately found the location of the woman and rushed out. Although practicing the skills of controlling a long dragon battleship was very important, sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Lu Yi felt that it was more important to first inquire about some information, at least to understand what had happened to him. Qinzong's voice came from behind. "Captain, where are you going?" "I have something to do. Don't follow me," Lu Yi bluntly ordered. He didn't have a good impression of Qinzong and the others. They didn't seem to have anything wrong with them, but in fact they were all strange, especially their smiles, which made Lu Yi feel very uncomfortable. The location of the woman was in a room on the 2nd floor of the long dragon battleship. Lu Yi accurately found this place and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when it was opened, and a pretty face appeared in front of him. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that this woman knew that he was coming. It seemed that he had found the right person to look for. Their eyes met silently, and the woman turned sideways. Lu Yi stepped in, and the woman closed the door and activated the restriction in the room. The furnishings in the room were very simple, and Lu Yi didn't have the intention to look at it too much. He went straight to the point. Did fellow Taoists teach me? The woman sighed and didn't answer, but asked, How should I address you? Lu Yi. The woman nodded and introduced herself. Haitang. Fellow Taoist cultivation is higher than mine. If you don't mind, I'll call you senior sister, Lu Yi said, seeing that the other party had no intention to refuse. He took the opportunity to ask, Senior Sister Haitang, what's going on here? A senior sister was always more amiable than a fellow Taoist. At this time, he should try to get closer to her. Haitang said, Tell me what you know first. I don't know anything. I only know that after I die, I will come back to life again, just like reincarnation, Lu Yi said, truthfully. Reincarnation. Haitang smiled bitterly. If it was really just reincarnation, then it would be fine, but this kind of reincarnation will only make you sink deeper and deeper. You came to find me because you should have noticed the strange connection between you and this long dragon battleship. Chapter 1303. That's right. Lu Yi nodded. It was because he noticed the strange connection during this reincarnation that he remembered the woman's previous warning and came to find her. Haitang said, This connection will become closer and closer as you die more and more times, until you and the ghost ship are completely integrated into one and can no longer be separated. The ghost ship? Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. Yes, this dragon warship is the famous ghost ship in the starry sky. No one knows how it appeared, but the recorded history can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. Listening to Haitang's words, the ghost ship seemed to be very famous in the starry sky, but Lu Yi, as a fledgling who had just entered the starry sky, had never heard of the ghost ship. Not to mention him, no one in the entire 9 regions knew about it. The ghost ship drifts around in the starry sky, and it may appear anywhere. Before entering, it looks like a broken warship from the outside, but any creature that sets foot on it will trigger a change in the ghost ship. This change should be the thick fog that Lu Yi had seen before. When the fog dissipated, the broken spirit boat would transform into the long dragon battleship, and the person who broke in would naturally become the captain of the long dragon battleship. Lu Yi asked, Is this change real or an illusion? Haitang said, For you it's an illusion, but for me it's real. What's the difference? You haven't completely integrated into the ghost ship, so you still have a chance to get rid of it, but Haitang's expression was a little sad. Lu Yi suddenly understood. Senior Marshal Sister, were you also attracted by this ship and trapped in it? Haitang nodded. I fell here not long ago, and I have experienced everything you have. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, since Senior Marshal Sister knows that this is the famous ghost ship. Why do you still want to explore it? Haitang smiled bitterly. I only realized it after I came in. Shaking her head, she continued, Now that I'm trapped here, I can still maintain my sanity for a short period of time, but after a long time I will die. Everything about me will become the nutrients of this ghost ship. You came at the right time. If you came a few months later, you wouldn't be able to see me. The other crew members won't tell you these things. They are the original existence of the long dragon battleship. Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Haitang reminded him in the first reincarnation. It turned out that she was indeed different from the other crew members. No matter who the other crew members were, they were all part of the Spectre ship, but Haitang was an outsider like him. Although she was trapped now, she still maintained her rationality, which was why she kindly reminded Lu Yi. She was willing to hold an umbrella over him because she was in the rain. However, this state was destined to not last long. After a while, she would completely vanish into thin air. Lu Yi was worried and asked, Then what should I do to get rid of it? Take control of the dragon warship and lead the crew members to defeat the invading enemies. Then you can get rid of this ship and regain your freedom. This was exactly what Lu Yi had wanted to do before, but it was just a thought. Doing it was not so easy. Everything else aside, this was already the fourth cycle, and Lu Yi was not even familiar with controlling the warship, let alone engaging in aerial combat with the three invading warships. There is a mystery about the ghost ship. Haitang also knew that Lu Yi did not have much time, so she spoke faster. No matter what cultivation level a person has, they can only display the strength of the early constellation realm. Even the Sunshine realm is no exception. This is the rule of the ghost ship. Lu Yi didn't know this, because he himself was at the early constellation realm, so this rule was meaningless to him. This rule is extremely harsh and greatly limits the strength of a cultivator. Therefore, even if they know that there is an opportunity on the ghost ship, cultivators who know it in the starry sky will not rashly barge in. Generally, when they see it, they will stay far away. Opportunity. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. There is an opportunity here? Haitang smiled. There is naturally an opportunity in such a dangerous place, especially for a strange existence like the ghost ship. However, if you can't defeat the invaders, you won't be able to get the opportunity. Lu Yi could now confirm that the opportunity Feng Rumo had mentioned was really the Long Dragon battleship. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. That sloppy old man did tell him that there was danger in this opportunity and asked him to decide on his own. However, before entering the ghost ship, he didn't see any danger at all. By the time he came in, it was already too late. Feng Rumo's reminder was equivalent to not saying anything. However, he couldn't blame him. They were strangers who met by chance. He took some of Lu Ye's food, wine, and meat. Not only did he give Lu Yi an opportunity, but he also sealed a secret technique on his Pan Shan saber. From Feng Rumo's point of view, they were even. As for whether Lu Yi would die because of the ghost ship, what did it have to do with him? There were dangers everywhere in the starry sky. Even if the ghost ship didn't exist, there would be other ships. Furthermore, cultivators died almost every moment in the starry sky for various reasons. What kind of opportunity? Lu Yi asked. Haitang said. It said that there are all kinds of treasures on the ghost ship. Even sunshine cultivators would be tempted by them. If you can get off the ship and regain your freedom, you can choose any item on the ship and take it away. Treasures that even sunshine cultivators would be tempted by. What kind of treasure is it? If that's the case, then it's understandable why the ghost ship can make such a name for itself in the starry sky. Such a fortuitous encounter would definitely attract heroes from all over to temper themselves. As a group of cultivators, there had never been a lack of adventurous genes. Senior Sister Haitang, I think we can cooperate. Lu Yi suggested. How? Haitang looked at him, puzzled. Since Senior Sister has experienced everything I've experienced, then you must be more familiar with the control of the warship than me. How about this? I'll transfer the control of the warship to you. You know. Before Lu Yi could finish speaking, Haitang interrupted him. She looked at Lu Yi with a serious face. You can't transfer the control of the ghost ship to me. Why? The control of the ship is the foundation of your identity as the captain. With this control, you'll be the captain and can continue the test of the ghost ship. But once you lose this control, you'll immediately be in the same situation as me. You'll be trapped on this ship until the day you turn into nutrients for the ghost ship. Lu Yi finally understood why he felt so uneasy when he was about to transfer the control of the warship to Qin Zhong. It turned out that there was such a trick. Fortunately, he realized that something was wrong and stopped the transfer. Otherwise, he would really follow in Haitang's footsteps. At that time, the two of them would probably be staring at each other with tears in their eyes. Qin Zhong and the other bastards must have known the consequences of transferring the control of the ship, but none of them reminded him. Instead, they all had strange smiles on their faces during the transfer. Enemy attack. On the deck, the stern warning of the lookout sounded again. In the next moment, the crew on the Long Dragon battleship began to move. Lu Yi didn't have much time left. He hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, do you have any other instructions?" Haitang said, "Although all the crew members on the ghost ship are part of the ship, as long as you're the captain, they will strictly follow your every order. This is also one of the rules of the ghost ship. Make good use of this. In history, many cultivators have fallen into the ghost ship. Not to mention constellations, there were even sunshine cultivators. However, there were also precedents of successfully escaping and leaving with precious treasures. The universe is not set yet. Don't give up until the very end." "Got it." He turned and ran out. Halfway there, he heard Qinzong shouting in panic, "Captain, come back and take control of the warship." "Don't be noisy." Lu Yi rushed past him and went straight to the cabin. Soon he arrived in front of the ball. He stood still and poured spiritual power into it. 10 breaths later, the dragon warship exploded, under the powerful attack of the invaders. None of the crew members on the ship survived. When Lu Yi opened his eyes in the 5th reincarnation, he immediately checked the strange connection between himself and the dragon warship. He found that it was indeed closer. This connection would continue to deepen as he died more and more times. When it reached a certain limit, Lu Yi would become like Haitang, completely trapped here and unable to escape. Therefore, everything he experienced at this moment was what Haitang had experienced before. Alone in such a strange environment, he slowly walked towards the end. If his mind wasn't strong enough, he would soon collapse. Lu Yi didn't know how many times he could die. He couldn't make an accurate judgment because he didn't feel it too deeply. However, he still had a long way to go to get rid of the ghost ship. This kind of death wasn't real because everything he experienced at this moment was just an illusion. However, this illusion was unfolded under the rules of the ghost ship. It was too clever, and Lu Yi couldn't see any flaws. Calming his mind, Lu Yi immediately raised his hand and pressed it on the ball of the control center. His mind connected with the dragon warship, and he began to familiarize himself with the controls of the warship. But before that, he first had the dragon warship speed up and escape into the distance. His thinking was very simple. Since there was a strong enemy chasing after him, he should speed up first and try to open up a little more distance and delay a little more time. But soon, Lu Yi knew that he was overthinking it, because when the familiar enemy attack was shouted, Lu Yi found that he didn't delay any extra time. At the same time, the crew on the lookout tower issued a warning. What was going on? With no time to think, Lu Yi continued to control the dragon warship to fly forward. A moment later, the enemy's warship caught up, and the distance between them was constantly closing. Huge beams of light, like attacks, were constantly sweeping from behind. Under Lu Ye's control, the warship flipped and moved, avoiding most of the attacks. However, some of them still fell on the protective light curtain, causing it to tremble. Chapter 1304. However, because Lu Yi controlled the warship to avoid many attacks, the protective light curtain lasted much longer than before, and this was also thanks to the efforts of the crew. Although the crew of the ghost ship were part of the warship, they did not slack off in the slightest when encountering the enemy and did their best, which should be good news. If in such an environment, even his own crew couldn't work together with him, then there was no need to continue this test. It was meaningless at all. In the 6th reincarnation, Lu Yi controlled the warship as usual and accelerated to escape into the distance. At the same time, he took out 2 twin chi-connected array discs from his storage ring and threw them to Qinzong, shouting, "You guys, take this thing and summon all the crew to the deck to set up a defense. There will be a strong enemy attacking soon." The twin chi-connected array discs had made great contributions in the fight against the insect nest in 9 regions and the expedition to the blood-refining world, allowing many cultivators of 9 regions to borrow each other's strength and easily form an array. It was a good choice to use it here. Although the crew members were all constellations, their cultivations varied and their spiritual energy varied. As a result, when they controlled the formation on the deck, the power displayed by the formation was different. With the help of the identical Qi-linked branch formation disc, they could cooperate better with each other. Qinzong shouted, "Yes!" Immediately, he rushed to the deck with Xiao Jianming and Su Qingwei. Sure enough, as Haitang said, although these guys had bad intentions towards Lu Yi, they still strictly followed his orders. Lu Yi stood alone, immersed in his mind, constantly familiarizing himself with the various controls of the warship. Still at the same time, a warning cry sounded. Hearing the sound, Lu Yi knew that this was probably one of the rules of the ghost ship. No matter how hard he tried to speed up before, he could not achieve the purpose of stalling for time. The place of attack would always appear in the vision of the lookout at the same time. Soon the battle began. The effect this time was gratifying. Under the control of Lu Yi and the efforts of the crew, the Long Dragon warship lasted for almost an incense stick's worth of time before it was destroyed. Lu Yi discovered that he was quite talented in piloting a battleship, which might have something to do with his background as a weapon cultivator. Weapon cultivators were originally good at close combat. When controlling a warship, they only needed to replace their individual bodies with the warship, which meant that the entire warship was their own body. Although it was more difficult to control, as long as they found the trick and familiarized themselves with it, they would be able to control it. If it had been a spell cultivator, it would not have been so simple. In addition, Lu Yi also found a piece of information that was beneficial to him. The deeper he immersed his mind and the more spiritual energy he injected, the easier it would be to control the warship. These things couldn't be taught by others. One had to experience them deeply themselves. Lu Yi estimated that if he could escape this dangerous situation, he should be able to easily control any battleships or similar objects in the future. This could also be considered as a form of training. After all, it was not a bad thing to have one more skill. But soon, Lu Yi discovered another problem. His own consumption was too great, and he finally understood why Spectre Ship had a rule that no matter what cultivation level a cultivator entered this place, they could only display the strength of the early constellation realm. Because the early constellation realm was the starting point of the upper realm, the spiritual energy reserve was also the least, and controlling a warship consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. With this level of consumption, a cultivator in the early constellation realm would probably not be able to last for more than 6 hours, even if they used all their cultivation. Even if they could use spirit pills to recover halfway, it would not last for too long. In particular, if one wanted to better control the Long Dragon warship, they would need to pay more spiritual energy and accelerate the consumption of the cultivator's own spiritual energy. In other words, once a cultivator entered this ship, they must pass the test within a few hours. Only then could they leave and obtain opportunities. Once the time was delayed, the situation would only become more and more unfavorable and eventually fall into a vicious cycle. At that time, they could only wait for death. Haitang did not tell Lu Yi about this. She didn't know if it was because she was pressed for time at that time, or she felt that there was no need to say it, as Lu Yi would be able to detect it himself. This problem was a huge difficulty for other cultivators, but for Lu Yi it was really not a problem. He cultivated with the help of spiritual jades, so he had to control the rhythm to achieve the best efficiency. After realizing the problem of excessive spiritual energy consumption, Lu Yi immediately stuffed a spiritual jade into his mouth and chewed it. As for the waste of spiritual jade energy caused by doing this, it was already at this time, so there was no need to care about waste. When he left the 9 regions, he had about 15,000 spiritual jades on him. Now, the number had almost no change because what he found along the way was basically enough to meet his daily needs for cultivation. In the early constellation realm, the consumption of spiritual jades was, after all, very little. In the 7th reincarnation, Lu Yi turned his head and saw Qin Zong and the other 2 standing foolishly at the side like 3 quails. Seeing him look over, Xiao Jianming asked the familiar question again, "Captain, do you have any orders?" "What about the things I gave you?" The 3 of them were all at a loss. Qin Zong asked, "What things?" Lu Yi knew that after the reincarnation, everything before had been reconstructed. The two twin chi-connected branches array discs he gave them before must have been thrown away. He immediately threw out 2 array discs and gave the same order as before. After the 3 of them left, Lu Yi began to familiarize himself with the control of the warship again. This time, he did not waste energy to increase his speed. On the other hand, no matter how fast he increased his speed, the enemy's attack would arrive on time, so he might as well not waste energy. He just urged his spiritual energy to pour into the ball in the control center. While controlling the warship, he familiarized himself with every array on the warship and the power of every treasure placed in the array. The fierce battle broke out again, but rather than calling it a battle, it was better to say that they were passively taking a beating. Although with Lu Ye's order, Qin Zong and the others also tried to counterattack while resisting the enemy's attacks on the deck. This kind of counterattack required Lu Ye's cooperation. Because Lu Yi controlled the direction and movement of the warship, if his cooperation with the crew was insufficient, it would be difficult to carry out an effective counterattack. Qin Zong stimulated the power of the array several times, but it hit empty air because he could not aim accurately. In such a situation, the defeat of the Long Dragon warship was only a matter of time. What Lu Yi needed to do was to survive as long as possible, so that he could continue to accumulate experience in controlling the warship. The 8th time, the 9th time, the 10th time, unlike the other crew members, Haiteng paid close attention to the changes in the warship every time, so that she could infer Lu Ye's state. For the first few times, she had been delighted because Lu Yi was clearly improving rapidly in the process of piloting the warship, much better than her previous performance. This improvement could be felt directly, and the warship was able to last longer under the enemy's attacks. But soon she found that something was wrong because Lu Yi had been dodging and did not counterattack. Gradually, she sighed, knowing that if the situation continued to develop like this, no matter how much Lu Ye's skill in controlling the warship improved, it would be useless. The spiritual energy reserve of an early-stage Constellation Realm cultivator was not enough to support long-term control. Once Lu Ye's spiritual power was exhausted, the Long Dragon battleship would become a sitting duck. It would no longer have the ability to evade. Death after death would slowly bind Lu Yi to the ghost ship, making it impossible for him to escape. She did not believe that Lu Yi did not notice this problem, but since he had noticed it, why didn't he change it? As time passed, she slowly realized that something was wrong. The Long Dragon warship was still nimbly dodging, and the expected situation of Lu Ye's spiritual energy being exhausted and causing the warship to become a sitting duck did not happen. Haiteng could not understand this junior brother Lu Ye's spiritual energy reserve was so deep. This should not be something an early-stage Constellation Realm cultivator should have. But in any case, this was actually happening. If this situation could be maintained, it seemed there was hope. The 16th time, Lu Yi could clearly feel that his connection with the Long Dragon battleship had become very strong. Although he didn't have to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. There was a limit to his death. Once this limit was exceeded, no matter how hard he tried, it would all be in vain. 20 times. This was the maximum number of deaths he could achieve. Once this number was exceeded, he would be in danger. So there were not many opportunities left for him. Fortunately, after death, his control of the Long Dragon warship had reached a level where he could command it like an extension of his arm, and there was no longer the sense of uncoordinated and obscure control he had at the beginning. This was normal. After all, cultivators were not mortals, especially those in the Constellation Realm. Even if they had not come into contact with certain things before, as long as they had enough time, they could quickly master it. Controlling a warship was not too difficult. The biggest problem cultivators faced when they came here was the terrifying consumption of spiritual energy, which was the fundamental reason why many cultivators fell to the Spectre ship. In the past, when cultivators came here after experiencing several reincarnations, they all became aware of the problem of spiritual power reserves and inevitably had to calculate the consumption of their own spiritual power. However, this problem was not a problem for Lu Yi at all. He maintained the maximum amount of spiritual power from beginning to end. Of course, this had nothing to do with the size of the Long Dragon warship. After all, it was a warship suitable for more than 10 people to sail together. In the starry sky, it could only be regarded as a small warship. If it was a large warship, it would not be so easy for Lu Yi to control it. In this reincarnation, the number and frequency of the enemy's attacks on the Long Dragon warship was obviously reduced to a limit. In this state, even if it was accidentally hit, as long as the protective array was not broken for a while, the crew could quickly make up for it and face the next attack. In other words, if there was enough spiritual energy, the Long Dragon warship could continue to entangle with the enemy like this until the end of time. Chapter 1305. Lu Yi could persist, but the crew could not. After all, their spiritual power consumption could not be quickly replenished, even with the help of the identical spirit connecting branch array disk. Therefore, when he noticed that the spiritual power reserves of the crew had decreased to a certain level, Lu Yi suddenly steered the Long Dragon battleship to change direction and collide with the enemy. In the previous entanglement, Lu Yi determined one thing. That was, the speed of the Long Dragon battleship was not as fast as the 3 enemy ships chasing them. This was a matter of course. If they were really faster than the enemy ships, there would be no follow-up trouble. It was the same principle as when he tried to fly in the starry sky before. The speed of the Long Dragon battleship was the limit of what he could control. If he exceeded this limit, he might hit something head-on, causing the ship to be destroyed and the crew to die. Lu Ye's speed was inferior to the enemy's, and he was unable to shake them off. Now, Lu Yi wanted to know how hard these 3 enemy ships were, but it should not be too outrageous. The ghost ship had its own rules, and under these rules, there was often a glimmer of hope. If the hardness of the 3 enemy ships was so strong that the Long Dragon battleship could not break through, then this was not a test or an opportunity at all, but a land of death. In the past, it was impossible for anyone to pass this test and take the benefits from the ghost ship. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that the strength of these 3 enemy ships should not be too outrageous. At the very least, it was to the extent that the current Long Dragon battleship could break through. When the Long Dragon battleship changed direction and collided head-on with the enemy ships, Lu Yi gave orders to Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming. The Long Dragon battleship had a defensive array formation, so naturally it also had an offensive array formation. Under the leadership of Su Qingwei, the ordinary crew members controlled the defensive array formation, while Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming controlled the offensive array formation. These array formations were equipped with powerful treasures, so they could display extremely powerful killing power. Although they were both offensive arrays, the types were not the same. The array controlled by Qin Zong was more powerful, but it took a longer time to accumulate power, so it could not attack continuously. The array controlled by Xiao Jianming was slightly less powerful, but the attack frequency was much higher. Lu Yi had already investigated this point, and he had also witnessed the scene of his 2 right-hand men activating the array in the previous reincarnation. However, their previous counterattacks were basically ineffective, mainly because they didn't cooperate well enough. This time it was different. Lu Yi wanted to test the toughness of the enemy battleships. He charged towards the 3 enemy battleships. He didn't move around in a large area, only dodging on a small scale. This way, Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming could better grasp the direction of their attacks. Beams of light came from the front, and the Long Dragon battleship unleashed its fury. Although there was a difference in speed in terms of attack power, the Long Dragon battleship was not inferior to the enemy battleship. In fact, it was even stronger. After all, it was impossible to fight 1 against 3 without a strong enough attack. The process of approaching each other was a matter of life and death. Lu Ye's mind was focused on the enemy ship being attacked through the battleship. This was the warship in the middle, and the enemy was also moving and dodging. However, Xiao Jiaming was obviously very skilled in controlling the formation, and by relying on the high frequency of the formation, he was able to continuously activate the power of the formation to lock down the direction of the enemy warship. Often, a seemingly aimless attack actually had other uses. Qin Zong and Xiao Jiaming also had a tacit understanding, and they cooperated well. Taking advantage of the opportunities created by Xiao Jiaming, every attack hit. Even if Lu Yi knew that these two guys didn't have good intentions towards him, he couldn't help but cheer for them at this moment. It had to be said that some of the special rules of the ghost ship were still very beneficial to the cultivators who broke into this place. For example, at this moment, under Lu Ye's command, all the crew could strictly carry out, without the slightest bit of deception. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 miles away from each other. For such a large battleship, 10 miles was equivalent to face. At this time, the protective light curtain of the long dragon battleship had become extremely dim. Even if Lu Yi controlled the battleship with all his strength, it was difficult to avoid all the attacks when they were so close to each other. Fortunately, he had distributed the kindred spirit connection array disc before, so the crew could borrow each other's strength at any time to repair the defense. Otherwise, the situation would have been worse. Looking at the enemy ship targeted by the long dragon battleship, the protective light curtain was also shaking, but the situation was slightly better than the long dragon battleship. After all, they had to bear the attacks of 3 enemy ships, but the enemy only had to bear the attacks of 1 ship. The intensity of the attacks was different, so the reaction of the protective array was naturally different. Qin Zong and Xiao Jiaming's cooperation had made a great contribution. The 2 enemy battleships on the left and right continued to attack, and the battleship in the middle began to move, obviously wanting to avoid the collision of the long dragon battleship. But how could Lu Yi let it avoid? This time he wanted to see how hard the other party was. If he didn't destroy it, how could he be sure? Immediately he increased the spirit power, and the long dragon battleship's speed sharply increased. In the next moment, the 2 battleships collided, and after a short squeeze, a huge burst of light suddenly burst out. Lu Yi only felt his mind shake, and for some reason he felt like he had hit something solid. In the process of controlling the battleship, he was closely connected with the battleship. He could observe everything in the surroundings through the battleship and could also control it flexibly. It could be said that the battleship was him, and he was the battleship. This was probably the fundamental reason why his connection with the battleship was getting closer and closer after dying again and again. Enduring a lot of discomfort, Lu Yi hurriedly observed. In his perception, the long dragon battleship and the enemy ship that had been hit had become tattered, and their respective protective arrays had collapsed. Before Lu Yi could observe any further, streaks of light flooded his vision from left and right, and then there was no more, and when Lu Yi opened his eyes, he had already entered the 17th reincarnation. For a moment he cursed in his heart. That enemy ship even attacked its own people. It was simply too cruel. At the end of the reincarnation, his side and the enemy's battleship in the middle could be said to have perished together. But the cultivators on the battleship were still alive. Lu Yi originally wanted to see what kind of enemies were on the enemy ship, but in the end he didn't have a chance to investigate it all before he was blown to pieces. Without too much time to sigh, Lu Yi issued the same orders as before, and at the same time threw out 2 more array discs. After the reincarnation, everything on the long dragon battleship would be reversed, and the array discs he took out before were all gone. However, there were also benefits. That was, the spiritual power consumed by the crew before would be restored, allowing each crew member to maintain their peak state. This was also the reason why Lu Yi brazenly crashed into the enemy ship at the end of the last reincarnation. At that time, the crew's spiritual power consumption was already too great, and they simply couldn't support the following battle. In that case, it was better to do a test and then start over. Including this time, there were 4 more chances, so Lu Yi didn't dare to be careless. After the crew listened to the order and took their positions, Lu Yi immediately controlled the battleship and turned around. Even so, it was still at the fixed time that the three enemy ships' ferocious figures were imprinted in their field of vision. But this time was different from every previous time. The Long Dragon battleship was no longer the passive side, but the one that took the initiative to attack. In the process of approaching each other, the probing attacks have already begun, and as the distance between each other increased, the intensity and frequency of the attacks began to increase. With the previous experience, Lu Yi was able to control the battleship more smoothly this time. He put more energy into cooperating with Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming. This was also what a qualified captain should do, because only by cooperating with the two of them, the offensive arrays they controlled could play the greatest role. The effect was very obvious. In this entanglement, the Long Dragon battleship only paid the price of half the power of the defensive array to destroy the defense of one of the enemy ships. Lu Yi was overjoyed. With one less enemy ship out of the three, the Long Dragon battleship needs to dodge as much as 30% less attacks, and the situation will inevitably be greatly improved. As long as he continues to maintain this rhythm, it doesn't seem too difficult to destroy the remaining two enemy ships one by one. Just when Lu Yi was thinking this, he suddenly saw a group of black shadows flying out of the destroyed ship and quickly rushing towards the other two enemy ships. Lu Ye's face changed, and he quickly ordered, "Kill them!" The faces of these black shadows could not be seen, and they did not even have a specific shape, but there was no doubt that they were the crew of the enemy ship. Their own battleship could not be saved, so they escaped in advance and went to the other two battleships. This was not good news for Lu Yi. Even though he gave the order quickly, and Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming perfectly carried out their orders, they still did not do everything they could. More than half of the enemy ship's crew was successfully received by their own battleship and hid inside. Immediately afterward, Lu Yi discovered that the remaining two battleships, whether it was the power of the defensive arrays or the frequency of the offensive arrays, had clearly improved. This was undoubtedly the effect of the crew that escaped. With more manpower available, the performance of the battleship would naturally be improved. Not only the enemy ship, but the Long Dragon battleship as well. If the number of crew members on their side had doubled, the situation would not be so anxious. Lu Ye's heart was filled with hatred. However, at this point there was nothing he could do, so he could only continue to entangle with the remaining two enemy ships. The improved performance of the enemy ship became even more difficult to deal with, and with the passage of time, the performance of the crew on his side became worse and worse, each of them consuming a great deal of spiritual energy and mental strength. Less than half a day later, the Long Dragon battleship was blasted apart by the two enemy battleships. The crew of the battleship did not abandon the ship and flee like the enemy because it was meaningless. If the enemy abandoned the ship, they would be supported by their allies. But if they did not receive any support, they would only become a target. On the 18th cycle, Lu Yi gave another order, and while the enemy ship had not yet appeared, he thought about all the gains and losses. Chapter 1306. There was no doubt that his strategy was correct. Instead of passively taking a beating, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Offense was the best defense. The battle just now had proved this point. However, there were always some accidents that would happen inadvertently. Lu Yi did not expect that after the enemy ship's protection was destroyed, the enemy crew would escape, which in turn increased the power of the remaining two ships. He had to find a way to solve this problem, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve success in one fell swoop. Relying solely on Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming to control the offensive array was useless. The offensive array controlled by Qin Zong was not used to deal with a single cultivator. Because the frequency of the offensive array was not high, he could only activate the offensive array twice in the short period of time when the enemy's crew was fleeing in all directions. Although the situation on Xiao Jianming's side was better, it was still limited. Therefore, what he needed now was more intensive attacks. Lu Yi immediately used his divine sense to send a message to Haitang, instructing her in detail. Although from the current situation, the crew of the Long Dragon warship would strictly follow his orders, Lu Yi still did not dare to trust them too much, so he could only leave this key assistance to Haiteng. He did not have many opportunities. If he could not achieve the expected results in the next 3 battles, he was afraid he would really follow in Haiteng's footsteps and be inseparable from the Long Dragon warship forever. This was not the situation he wanted to see. After checking the situation of the Long Dragon warship again, Lu Ye's gaze pierced through the void and looked ahead, waiting for the enemy ships to arrive. A moment later, 3 warships came into view. Just like last time, the Long Dragon warship, under the control of Lu Yi, flew towards the enemy ships, and as the distance closed, the 2 sides attacked and shuttled back and forth. They still paid the price of reducing the strength of their own protection array by half, and the enemy ship locked onto by the Long Dragon warship was in imminent danger. At this moment, Lu Ye's divine sense surged, and he shouted, "Senior Apprentice Sister, Haiteng!" On the deck, Haiteng, who was cooperating with the other crew members to activate the protection array, rushed out almost as soon as Lu Ye's voice sounded and rushed to the side of the deck. In that position, there was an attack array that had not yet been activated. In fact, there were several similar attack arrays on the Long Dragon warship, but they had not been activated because of the lack of manpower. Every spirit design had different characteristics and uses. The spirit design that Haiteng was rushing towards this time was one that had a high attack frequency but was not very powerful. Of course, its power was only relatively speaking. The power of this formation was not very effective against battleships, but it was most suitable against cultivators. It could be said that this formation was specifically designed to deal with cultivators. As soon as Haiteng got into position and activated the formation with her spirit power, the Long Dragon battleship swung its tail in front of the enemy's ship. At the same time, a powerful attack from Qinzong's side struck the enemy's ship. The protective light curtain was completely broken, and at this moment, a series of shapeless black shadows rushed out from the enemy's ship. It was also at this moment that Haiteng activated the power of the formation she controlled. Balls of light suddenly flew out from the formation and spread out. Many of the black shadows that escaped from the enemy ship were caught off guard, and several of them hit the balls of light. In an instant, the balls of light bloomed with lightning and wrapped the black shadows. It could be vaguely seen that the black shadows were wriggling violently, as if they were struggling, but they were unable to break free from the confinement of the balls of lightning and slowly disappeared. More balls of light flew out like fireflies, and under Haiteng's control, they strangled the enemy's crew. Lu Ye's mind had been paying attention to the movements here, and seeing that the effect was good, he was relieved. The Long Dragon battleship shook incessantly. While Haiteng was controlling the formation, the remaining 2 enemy battleships were not idle and had been attacking this side. In order to better assist Haiteng in killing the enemy's crew, Lu Yi did not dare to make large movements. As a result, the Long Dragon battleship suffered several fierce attacks from the enemy, and the price was that the strength of the protective light curtain was weakened by another 10%. Not daring to continue, the Long Dragon battleship moved again, trying to avoid the enemy's attacks. The 3 offensive formations on their side were still pouring out power. Qinzong and Xiao Jiaming had always been the main force against the enemy's ships. Seeing that the 3 surviving enemy's crew members had been rescued and there was no possibility of killing them, Haiteng returned to her original position and joined the sequence of maintaining the protective formation. One of the enemy's ships had been destroyed, and even the crew on the enemy's ship had been almost wiped out. The Long Dragon battleship now only needed to face the entanglement of 2 enemy ships. Compared to just now, the situation was undoubtedly much better. The only disadvantage was that the strength of the protective formation had decreased too much, and it was only about 40% of its peak. It was undoubtedly difficult to rely on such a strength to fight against the remaining 2 battleships. Lu Yi was even more focused on controlling the battleship, and from time to time, he would make exquisite cooperation with Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming. A moment later, when the strength of the protective formation on their side was reduced to the last 10%, the defense of the second enemy ship was about to collapse. With the previous experience, Haitang did not wait for Lu Ye's orders this time and acted. She quickly arrived at the position and activated the power of the formation. The next moment, the formation of the second enemy ship was broken, and the same scene as before appeared in front of them. The crew of the enemy ship escaped again and ran toward the last remaining battleship. Haitang activated the power of the formation to intercept and kill, and Lu Yi did his best to cooperate with her. However, before Haitang could achieve much, the long dragon battleship shook with a loud bang, and its defense was broken. The last scene that appeared in Lu Ye's vision was a bright pillar of light erupting from the enemy's ship. It was a failure. In the 19th reincarnation, Lu Yi stood in front of the control center ball, frowning. In the previous reincarnation, they had undoubtedly done their best. Regardless of whether it was him, Qin Sek, Xiao Jianming, Nine, or Haitang, they had all performed quite well. They had fought 1 against 3 and destroyed 2 enemy warships. This kind of result could be said to be astonishing. However, they still failed at the final juncture. There was no problem with their cooperation, so the only problem was that there were too many enemies. How could they improve it? They could not divide their manpower to control more offensive formations. If that was the case, the strength of the defensive formation would be correspondingly weakened, and the gains would not make up for the losses. If Lu Yi was given enough opportunity to cooperate with his crew, Lu Yi believed that they would definitely win. But now, what he lacked was opportunity. Including this time, he only had 2 chances. It could be said that he already had 1 foot on the edge of the cliff. After thinking about it, Lu Yi could not think of any good ideas, but this did not prevent him from ordering his crew again to do their jobs. Haitang's voice sounded in his ear. "Junior brother, you did very well. This time I will do my best." This was not relief, but admiration, because in those reincarnations when she was the captain, she had always been the passive party. Not to mention destroying 2 enemy battleships, she had not even destroyed a single one. This made her wonder if anyone had really passed the test on this ghost ship. But now she knew that someone had definitely passed such a test. She could not do it, but that was because she was not capable enough. But it did not mean that others would be the same. She had fallen into the ghost ship and could not get out. It would not be long before she really died. At that time, she would no longer appear on this ghost ship. She had suffered a loss, and she did not want others to follow in her footsteps, even if they were just strangers. That was why she reminded Lu Yi during his first reincarnation. Later, when Lu Yi came to find her, she did not hold back and shared her information. "Senior's sister did a good job." "It's my problem," Lu Yi replied. The success or failure of a battle between battleships was the person controlling the battleship. After all, the crew still obeyed his orders. But how could he solve the problem of the defensive formation's power at the last moment? Lu Yi could not think of any ideas for a while, unless he could better control the battleship to avoid the enemy's attacks. Even if he had some talent in this regard, and was familiar with the control of the battleship after reincarnation, the time was still short. Right now, he had reached his limit and could not improve any more. Enemy attack! The familiar shout came again, and Lu Yi quickly calmed his mind and focused on controlling the battleship. Although he knew that if he did not solve the problem at the last moment, the situation would not improve no matter how many reincarnations he went through, he did not have much time to think at this time. The enemy's battleship was attacking, and he must devote himself to controlling the battleship. Even if he wanted to use his clone to control another attack formation, he could not. Most of the time he could multitask, even when fighting some strong enemies. But when controlling the battleship, he really could not do it. When controlling the battleship, his whole mind was immersed in the battleship, and he could not effectively control his clone at all. Not long after, a fierce battle broke out. The situation was the same as last time. When the strength of their defensive formation was left with half, an enemy battleship was blown up. Haitang quickly changed the formation and killed the crew of the enemy battleship. After dealing with this matter, she returned to the defensive formation. Another fierce battle ensued, and when the defensive strength of their battleship was only left with the last 10% and was on the verge of collapse, the enemy's second battleship was blown up. Haitang changed her position again. If this continued, the situation would be the same as last time without any changes, and Lu Yi would inevitably enter the 20th reincarnation. At this critical moment, Lu Ye's heart suddenly moved, and he realized that he had misunderstood. Why did he have to kill the crew of the second enemy battleship? The crew of the first enemy battleship must be killed because once they were received and entered the remaining 2 enemy battleships, the performance of the enemy battleships would be greatly improved. But the crew of the second enemy battleship did not seem to be necessary to kill them all. Chapter 1307. In such a battlefield, the value of the crew's existence was the enhancement of the battleship's power. Now that there was only 1 enemy battleship left, if they could quickly get rid of this battleship, then it didn't matter whether the crew of the second battleship was killed or not. So what if they were allowed to live? Lu Yi suddenly had a feeling of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and his thoughts were suddenly enlightened. The main reason was that he had too little experience. Before this, he had never come into contact with this mode of combat, leading to his own misconceptions. Now that the shackles of his thinking had been broken, he suddenly saw the light of hope. Hurriedly sending a message to Haitang, asking her to go back and assist Su Qingwei in controlling the protective array, Lu Yi urged his own strength and madly poured it into the control center of the battleship. At this moment, the connection between himself and the battleship reached an unprecedented level of closeness. This also gave Lu Yi a glimmer of understanding. If he failed again this time, there would not be a 20th time, and this would be his last chance. Under Lu Ye's control, the Long Dragon battleship, which was already moving erratically, suddenly came to a halt and charged straight towards the last enemy ship. In the blink of an eye, the entire battleship had turned into a streak of light. Haitang, who had just returned to her position, saw this and immediately understood Lu Ye's plan. In a hurry, she also desperately urged her spirit power to help Su Qingwei maintain the protective array. The enemy battleship's attacks poured down, and Lu Yi tried his best to avoid them. If possible, he did not want to avoid them, but the dragon battleship's defenses were too fragile now. At most, it could only withstand 1 more attack from the enemy battleship, so he had no choice but to dodge. Under the close connection between himself and the battleship, controlling the battleship became easier than before. There were several times when the enemy's attacks brushed past the Long Dragon battleship, and the battleship was almost hit. This scene caused Haitang to break out in cold sweat. The last battleship saw the dragon battleship coming straight at it, and obviously realized Lu Ye's intention, so it immediately turned around and tried to escape from the side. However, there was no chance. Lu Yi made this decision completely on the spur of the moment, and there was no warning at all. After making the decision, he went all out. There was very little time and space left for the enemy battleship to react. Senior Sister Haitang, protect yourself. At the last moment, Lu Yi hurriedly transmitted his voice to Haitang. The collision between warships was earth-shattering. Lu Yi did not care whether the other crew members would die as a result. They were not living people, but part of the ghost ship. However, Haitang had done him a favor, so he still had to remind her. Hearing Lu Ye's voice transmission, Haitang hurriedly took out a defensive spiritual treasure to protect herself. The next moment, the 2 huge warships collided with each other. The defense of the Long Dragon battleship was immediately broken. After all, it only had 10% of its power left. After this collision, there was no way it could maintain its defense. For a moment, the crew on the ship swayed left and right, unable to stand firm. Lu Ye's consciousness passed through the battleship and closely observed the movements of the enemy. Under the huge impact, the defensive formation of the enemy ship did not break immediately. Instead, it caved in from the point of impact, as if it was extremely resilient. Seeing the scene, Lu Yi no longer dared to hesitate and poured his spiritual power into the control center even more fiercely. Success or failure depended on this move. If he did not succeed this time, he could only rely on Haitang here. Moreover, Haitang would probably disappear in a few months. At that time, he would be alone. Just thinking about it made him shudder. But no matter how hard Lu Yi tried, he still could not break the defense of the enemy ship. On the contrary, the enemy ship's formation began to hum, and a bright light and powerful spiritual power began to fluctuate. Lu Ye's face darkened as he realized that things were not going well. At this moment, it was obviously too late to escape, but if this continued, it seemed that he would not be able to do his best. He was really in a dilemma. But at this moment, the entire long dragon battleship suddenly shook, and a bright beam of light burst out, bombarding the enemy ship's defense at close range. As if the last straw that broke the camel's back, under the impact of this bright beam of light, the sunken defense instantly collapsed. Lu Yi was overjoyed, and with a thought he immediately understood whose work this was. It was Haitang. At this moment, she was standing in Qin Zong's original position, activating the formation that Qin Zong had controlled. This was an offensive formation that was specially designed to deal with battleships. When activated at such close range, its power could be imagined. As for Qin Zong, he had already been sent flying by the collision. It was not that he did not react quickly enough, but that the change was simply too sudden. Only Haitang, who had been warned by Lu Yi, managed to stabilize herself. The other crew members were all thrown out of their original positions. Seeing that the situation was not right, Haitang immediately took over Qin Zong's position, and only then was she able to react in time. When the light scattered, the deck of the third enemy ship was in a state of devastation. Many of the formations had collapsed, and the entire ship was in tatters. Success! Lu Yi almost laughed out loud. The world was truly unpredictable. He did not expect that Haitang would be able to make such a great contribution at the final moment. His heart was filled with gratitude. But soon, Lu Ye's smile froze on his face. This was because the aura of the Moon Jade Realm cultivators surged out from the tattered ship. Not only that, but there were also the auras of Constellation Realm cultivators. The surviving crew members of the second battleship also surrounded them from all directions. This test was not over yet. Lu Yi had thought that as long as he destroyed 3 enemy ships, he would pass the Spectre ship's test. But now, it seemed that he had been happy too early. Destroying the enemy ships was just the process. Killing all the enemies on the ships was the end. In his perception, there were many enemies, about 30 of them. Lu Yi did not care about the others, but the key was that the enemy had the Moon Jade Realm. How could he defeat them? But soon, Lu Yi thought of something. With his own strength, he was naturally not a match for the Moon Jade Realm, but he still had a trump card. Was the secret technique that Feng Rumo had sealed in the Mountain Pan saber for this moment? If that was the case, then Feng Rumo must have a deep understanding of the Spectre ship. That was why he had left such a method for him. Lu Yi didn't have time to think too much about it. The enemy's Moon Jade Mirror had already locked onto him with its divine sense. A black shadow, even larger than the one Lu Yi had seen before, flew out of the enemy ship and headed straight for him. Lu Yi flashed outside and stared at the black shadow. He quickly pulled out the Mountain Pan saber and poured his spirit chi into it. He had checked the seal before and knew that it was not difficult to undo it. All he needed to do was pour in enough spirit chi. As for how powerful it was, he would know after trying it out. A slight vibration came from the Mountain Pan saber. The seal had been broken. In an instant, the Mountain Pan saber released a heart-palpitating aura. Lu Ye's hand holding the saber began to tremble, and he could not hold the saber steadily. He quickly used both hands, and his divine sense locked onto the Moon Jade realm's black shadow. He raised the saber high and slashed diagonally. When Lu Yi undid the seal, the black shadow realized that something was wrong. It was originally pouncing toward Lu Yi, but now it was retreating. When Lu Ye's saber slashed down, a golden light flew out from the saber and rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a strange beast that Lu Yi did not recognize. At first glance, it looked like a ferocious tiger, but it was different from the ferocious tiger that Lu Yi knew. This was because it had a horn on its forehead and was covered in fine scales. It looked very lifelike, like a living creature. The strange beast opened its mouth and let out a roar. Even in the starry sky, the roar accurately reached Lu Ye's ears. Lu Ye's mind was in a daze. Waves rose up in his divine sea. If not for the protection of the soul-suppressing pagoda, even his divine soul would have become unstable. He was only affected by the aftermath. The Moon Jade realm's black shadow was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. The black shadow, which was about to retreat, suddenly froze in place. The golden beast pounced over, opening its bloody maw and swallowing the black figure into its stomach. Not only that, but the few constellation realm black shadows following behind the Moon Jade realm's black shadow were also unlucky. They all became food for the golden beast. After swallowing these enemies, the golden beast roared at the sky, then turned into specks of golden light and disappeared. Such majesty made people gasp in amazement. This was only one of the secret techniques that Feng Rumo had sealed in the Mountain Pan saber. Lu Yi did not know what it would be like if he used it himself. Lu Yi did not have the time to sigh. He had already charged forward with his saber. At the same time, he transmitted his divine consciousness to his surroundings. Kill! He flashed into the group of enemies and began a massacre. The roar of the golden beast affected almost everyone present. However, at the level of the constellation tier, almost all of them had methods to protect their souls. The only difference was the strength of their methods. Hence, the time it took for them to recover was also different. The enemies that Lu Yi killed were those who had not fully recovered. It was easy to kill them. With the Mountain Pan saber enhanced with the divine edge spirit inscriptions, he killed one with each slash. He had only just started attacking when Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming rushed over to help. These two were at the late stage of the constellation realm, so they recovered faster than the others. After a while, both sides recovered, and a great battle broke out. In terms of numbers, the enemy undoubtedly had the advantage. However, the golden beast had swallowed a few enemies, and Lu Yi had killed a few when they were unprepared. The difference in numbers between the two sides was not that great. Lu Ye's side also had their own advantages. After Lu Yi gave the order, the crew of his side divided into two battle formations, led by Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming, respectively. They were like two indestructible arrows, constantly shuttling back and forth in the enemy's formation. On the other hand, after the death of the Moon Jade realm, the enemy was like a pile of loose sand. They could not deal with such a method at all. In such a situation, it was difficult to make use of the slight advantage in numbers. Once an enemy was targeted by their battle formations, they would not be able to survive. Chapter 1308. Lu Yi fought alone and didn't form a formation with the others. This was mainly because he was nimble enough. With the help of the Imperial artifact, he created void spirit veins, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Taking advantage of the enemy's entanglement, he wantonly reaped the lives of his enemies like a ghost. The Pan Mountain saber was incomparably sharp, and no one in the constellation could block the power of his saber. This battle didn't last long. Less than an incense stick's worth of time after the golden beast disappeared, the last enemy was killed on the spot. Lu Yi held his saber, looked around, and let out a long sigh. On one side of the battlefield, in the battle formation led by Qin Zong, Haitang watched this scene with dazzled eyes. He actually did it. During the time she was trapped on Spectre ship, she had been reflecting on herself and deducing the various possibilities that she had hoped for. But no matter how she deduced, she could only come to a conclusion that made her despair. That was, with her strength, once trapped on Spectre ship, there was no hope of escaping. She had always felt that no one could pass the test of Spectre ship, because the biggest difficulty was the problem of spiritual power reserves. The cultivators who broke into this space were different from the crew of Spectre ship. Their spiritual power was constantly being consumed and wouldn't be reversed with reincarnation. Spectre ship also had a rule that no matter what cultivation level one entered, they could only display the strength of the early constellation stage. So even if a Sunshine Realm cultivator entered, their performance wouldn't be better than hers. Although every death was a new start, allowing one to accumulate more experience, if one didn't have enough spiritual power reserves, what was the point of accumulating more experience? Haitang didn't know how Lu Yi solved this problem. After nearly 20 reincarnations, he was still able to maintain an abundant flow of spiritual power and didn't even show the slightest sign of fatigue. But this was undoubtedly his ability. She was somewhat envious, but also somewhat relieved. In this way, Lu Yi wouldn't be trapped on the ship forever like her, until he became nutrients for Spectre ship. The battlefield was quiet. In the starry sky, if one didn't use their spiritual sense, no sound could be heard. Lu Yi turned to look at his crew. Logically speaking, after going through such a tough battle and finally achieving victory, there should be some sort of celebration. But the crew weren't living people, so at this moment they all stood in place wooden. When Lu Yi looked over, almost all the crew, except Haitang, turned to look in the direction of the long dragon warship, their movements orderly and stiff. Lu Ye's heart stirred. Spectre ship's test, now that he had passed, it was time to collect his spoils of war. He had already sensed the aura of a treasure from inside the long dragon warship. This was something he hadn't felt before. Immediately put his saber away, the long Lu Ye's crew, silently the crew members of the ship. Following the aura of the treasure, Lu Yi soon came to a door on the lowest level of the ship. He was sure that there was no such door before, or even if there was, he would not have been able to see it under the mysterious rules of the Spectre ship. The gate of the te feel of a Lingley Long's him, of his and tilted his of his, and of he. Since the end of the test, Qin Zong and the others had been expressionless. At this moment, when they heard Lu Ye's order, a ferocious look flashed across their faces, as if they were about to devour someone. Lu Yi knew that these guys had been hoping that he couldn't pass the test, but in the end, they didn't get what they wanted, so they were very unwilling. But due to the various rules of the Spectre ship, even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Qin Zong and Xiao Jianming came from the left and right, each pushing on one side of the gate. With a heavy push, the gate slowly opened. There were no glittering jewels, only a cloud of mist that wriggled in front of Lu Ye's eyes. Then, a sinister and strange laughter entered Lu Ye's ears. What a powerful boy! Since you've passed the test of the Spectre ship, you can choose one item from this ship and take it with you. Polish your eyes carefully and examine carefully. After the voice fell, the fog disappeared, and the true appearance of the treasure house was imprinted in Lu Ye's vision. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to see the treasure house, and instead used his divine sense to search for traces of the fog. But after a while he did not find anything. He didn't know what the fog was, but listening to the other party's tone, it seemed to be the master of this treasure house. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi stepped forward. Looking around, he was slightly startled because the layout of this treasure house was similar to the layout of the War Merit Pavilion. There were many stone platforms, and each stone platform had a treasure placed on it. Yang Kai didn't know what the quality of these treasures was, but at a glance there were at least 1,000 treasures here. Wow, there are so many things. A voice entered Lu Ye's ears, and when he turned around, Lu Yi laughed Senior's sister Haitang. Haitang blinked at him and said, "I came with you to see the world." She could only come in, but she couldn't take anything here. Lu Yi looked outside the treasure house again and saw Qin Zong and the others standing there like wooden stakes, staring at him and Haitang with gloomy expressions, as if they were looking at masters who had broken into their home. They were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. It seemed that they couldn't enter the treasure house. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to probe further. He transmitted his voice. "Since Senior's sister Haitang is here, help me take a look. I won't hide it from you, but I've just entered the starry sky, and my knowledge is limited. I don't know which treasures are good and which ones are bad." "Sure." Haitang agreed without hesitation. She first gave Lu Yi a suggestion. "Junior brother, don't look at the treasures used to attack. These things are indeed very valuable, and even sunshine cultivators would be jealous of them. But for constellations like you and me, even if we take them, we can't unleash their full power, so they're not very useful." This suggestion was very pertinent and very practical. Every cultivator knew what kind of treasures they should use based on their cultivation level. It didn't mean that those with lower cultivation could do whatever they wanted with powerful treasures. If they couldn't unleash the power of the treasures, it would be like a 3-year-old wielding a sledgehammer. Even if they had the treasures, it would be useless. Lu Yi nodded. "That's what I think too." With this premise, the number of targets they needed to consider was reduced by half. The two immediately split up and started searching. Lu Yi glanced at the treasures that were obviously used for attacking. He only checked the other treasures, but he soon discovered a problem. Every stone platform was shrouded in an inexplicable restriction, so he couldn't take out the treasures sealed in them to check. He could only rely on his own eyesight. How good could his eyesight be? He felt that everything he looked at was incomparably valuable, so he couldn't make a decision. At this moment, Haitang's voice sounded. "Junior brother Lu, over here." Lu Yi went over in a flash. Haitang pointed at the stone table in front of her and said, "How about this treasure robe? I noticed that junior brother doesn't have a treasure robe protecting you. There are many dangers in battle. Since this treasure robe is placed here, it must be of high quality. Even if junior brother's cultivation isn't high enough and you can't unleash its full power, the material itself is enough to allow junior brother to avoid many dangers in battle." Lu Yi nodded. "This is not bad. I'll keep it as a backup." Haitang was very happy to receive his affirmation. She became even more excited and helped him examine the treasures. Lu Yi returned to his original position and looked around. From time to time, Haitang would call out to him. It was obvious that she had found a treasure that was suitable for him. Lu Yi also found a few good things. Although he couldn't identify their specific uses, he could still make some guesses. It was undeniable that there were many precious treasures in Spectre Ship. There were all kinds of treasures. Any cultivator who needed them, regardless of their cultivation, could find what they wanted here. Not to mention those sunshine cultivators. For a constellation cultivator like Lu Yi, if he could bring out a treasure of good quality, even if he couldn't use it himself, he could exchange it for cultivation resources he wanted. This could save him hundreds of years of hard work. Of course, the risk was also high. If Lu Yi didn't have the means to quickly replenish his spiritual power would have been exhausted after each cycle. Therefore, in the starry sky, even if Spectre's ship was famous and many people who saw it knew that it contained opportunities, almost no one dared to trespass here. For some reason, Feng Remo had instructed Lu Yi to come here to search for opportunities. When he was instructing Lu Yi, he probably didn't care about Lu Ye's life or death. For a powerhouse like him, the life or death of an unfamiliar junior in the early stage of a constellation cultivator was indeed not worth his attention. But no matter what, Lu Yi still relied on the method sealed in the Mountain Pan saber to win the final victory. He couldn't blame others, and there was no need to be grateful. It was very troublesome to check the thousands of treasures. After more than 4 hours, Lu Yi and Haitang worked together to choose 9 treasures. As for which one to choose, Lu Yi wanted it all. This was a bit difficult. At this time, Haitang wouldn't give him any more advice. Lu Yi could only make the decision himself. Although he was hesitant, he still had to make a choice. Lu Yi finally stood in front of a stone platform. It wasn't the treasure robe he saw before, but an inconspicuous bead. But Lu Yi could feel that the value of this bead was extraordinary. It was definitely much more valuable than most of the treasures in the treasury, because even with the isolation of the restriction, there was still a faint aura leaking out. Seeing that he had made his decision, Haitang smiled and walked out. Lu Yi raised his hand to grab the stone platform. However, just as his hand was about to touch the restriction, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Haitang's back. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi looked up and said with his spiritual sense, "Come out." Chapter 1309. The sound of Lu Ye's divine sense reverberated in the treasury. Haitang, who was about to leave, sensed it and immediately stopped, looking at Lu Yi in confusion. Lu Yi still looked up and shouted, "Come out." A cloud of fog appeared out of thin air as far as the eye could see. It was the same fog that appeared when the treasury was first opened. Just like before, the fog twisted and distorted, and a sinister voice came from it. "What is it?" "Senior." Lu Yi bowed before speaking again. "Junior would like to confirm something with Senior, and I would like to ask for Senior's permission." The voice from the fog sounded a little impatient. "Speak." Lu Yi said, "Senior said before that since Junior has passed the test of the Spectre ship, then Junior can choose anything on this ship and take it away. Is that so?" The fog said, "That is correct." "So have you made your choice?" Lu Yi nodded. "I have." "Since you have a choice, then just take it. Why ask me? But there is only one chance, so do you choose the orb in front of you?" Lu Yi looked down at the orb on the stone platform in front of him and slowly shook his head. He looked up again and saw Haitang looking over in confusion, raised his hand and pointed. "I choose her." Haitang was stunned. The many crew members standing behind Haitang outside the treasury were slightly stunned, and their expressions all twisted. Waves of ghostly wails and howls came from there, as if they were extremely dissatisfied with Lu Ye's choice. Even the fog in the treasury twisted and changed a little faster, no longer as calm as before. Instead, it seemed a little angry, impossible. Lu Yi was calm and unruffled. "Senior, are you going to go back on your word?" Junior has confirmed with Senior again. Since the rules are as such, then Junior dares to ask, "Is Senior Apprentice Sister Haitang part of the ship?" An unwilling voice came out from the fog. "Yes." "Since she is, then I can choose her, unless Senior intends to go back on his word." Lu Yi looked in the direction of the fog, his expression firm. "But no buts." Lu Yi interrupted the fog rudely. As for whether it would cause any bad consequences, the various encounters on the Spectre ship made him understand one thing, and that was that although this place was strange and dangerous, as long as he acted within the rules, there would be no problem. When the fog appeared before him, it had read out the rules of the treasury, so Lu Ye's decision at this moment did not break or jump out of the rules. He was sure that the fog would not refuse him. Of course, whether this mattered or not, he had to give it a try. It would have been fine if he hadn't noticed it. But since he had, Lu Ye's conscience wouldn't be at ease if he didn't try. After being interrupted by Lu Yi, the mist seemed to be in great discomfort. It twisted violently for a while before it spoke again. "Brat, do you know what kind of treasure the pearl in front of you is?" "I don't know." Lu Yi shook his head honestly. "If this pearl is the great Yen spiritual pearl, can help you." I don't." Lu Yi raised his hand to cover his ears and shook his head continuously. Of course, covering his ears was just for show and had no practical use. He also sealed his divine sense while he was at it. The fog shook violently. For so many years, whether intentional or not, many cultivators had wandered on the Spectre ship. not to mention those who did not complete the test. There were still some who passed the test. But those who passed the test were not dazzled by the treasures in this treasury. But when it was this boy's turn, she wanted to tell him about the many wonders of the spirit orb, and he actually did not listen. After a while, Louis opened his mind again, and the fog's voice immediately came to his ears. Not to mention anything else, if this spirit orb is sold, it's worth at least 1,000,000 spirit jades. So, boy, do you know its great value? The fog was obviously waiting for this moment. She did not have the time to explain the wonders of the spirit orb to Louis, and directly told him how much it was worth. Of course, 1,000,000 spirit jades was just a measure of value. In the starry sky, this kind of treasure was generally priceless. Lu Yi was not tempted at all, and still looked at the fog stubbornly. "I'll choose her. You just tell me if it's okay or not." Outside the treasury, the screams and howls were getting louder and louder. Qin Zong and the others' faces were all distorted. It seemed that if they were not restricted by certain restrictions and could not enter the treasury, they would have rushed in and torn him to pieces. The crew had always been a part of the Spectre ship. They were keen to see others in the same situation as them, but they did not want to see anyone escape from the Spectre ship. The fog no longer shook, and the voice became much gentler. "Boy, are you sure you want to make this choice?" "Yes." Lu Yi nodded heavily. "Ha." The fog shook and seemed to be very happy. "What an interesting boy. For so many years, there has never been anyone like you. It's really an eye-opener." The voice became serious. "In that case, you can take her away." Lu Yi just wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect it to succeed. He immediately bowed. "Thank you, Senior. I was rude just now. Please forgive me." He turned around and strode toward Haitang, who was standing there at a loss. Since the fog appeared again, Haitang was dumbfounded after hearing Lu Ye's request. She never thought that Lu Yi would make such a request at the last moment. She also never thought that she would have any hope of escaping from the Spectre ship. Since the day she fell into this place and failed the test, she knew that her life would end here. She would continue to weaken here until she vanished into thin air and completely turned into nutrients for the ghost ship. She would not even become a part of the ghost ship like Qin Zong and the other crew members. The day she disappeared, there would be no trace of her in this world. She had already mentally prepared herself. The warning and information sharing to Lu Yi, it was just a kind of mentality to help. She did not expect anything else. Since she was a person who was going to die, she just had to accept her fate. But she did not expect that, at the last moment, there would be such a twist. When Lu Yi made that request, she even suspected that she had heard wrong. When Lu Yi and the fog argued, she was so grateful that she almost shed tears. At this moment, seeing Lu Yi walking toward her, Haitang could no longer hold back. Tears fell from the corner of her eyes. She choked and shouted, "Junior brother Lu, let's talk outside. Let's go." Lu Yi called out to her. With one hand on the hilt of the Panshan saber, he was ready to go. Although the fog agreed to let him take Haitang out, there was still some trouble at the entrance of the treasure house. Qin Zong and the others were like ghosts, wanting to eat him alive. But because of the rules, they could not set foot in the treasure house. If he wanted to go out now, he would have to fight. Haitang obviously noticed that something was wrong. She quickly followed behind Lu Yi, focused her mind, and secretly urged her spiritual power. However, to Lu Ye's surprise, as he continued to approach, the state of Qin Zong and the others also changed. The cries and howls quickly disappeared, and the ferocious looks on the faces of the many crew members blocking the entrance of the treasury turned into gentle smiles. Their eyes were full of praise and admiration as they looked at Lu Yi and then at Haitang, which turned into envy. These guys, what the hell are they doing? Lu Yi did not let down his guard. He stepped out of the treasure house and stood in front of Qin Zong and the others. His long saber was slightly unsheathed half an inch. Qin Zong did not say anything. He just walked forward, patted Lu Ye's shoulder gently, and then turned into a cloud of fog. Xiao, jamming followed, and then Su Qingwei, one crew member after another, came forward, as if to say their final goodbyes to Lu Yi. Lu Yi vaguely understood that these crew members did not want to see Haitang leave the ghost ship, so they were full of malice when he made that request. At the same time, their behavior of blocking the entrance of the treasure house was probably their final test for him. He had made up his mind to take Haitang away, and they were powerless to stop him. As a part of the ghost ship forever, they now only admired Lu Yi and envied Haitang. Not everyone could give up the treasure in the treasure house and take away an insignificant crew member. Deep in their hearts, they were probably looking forward to such a thing, looking forward to the day when another person would take one of them away. Human nature was always so complicated. The thick fog was just like the scene when Lu Yi fell into the ghost ship. It was invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by divine sense. A sinister voice unique to the mist sounded in Lu Ye's ears. "Boy, you're the first one to make such a choice in so many years. You're not bad. As a reward for letting me watch a good show, I'll bestow you with a benefit." As the words fell, the thick fog in the surroundings poured into Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi was slightly surprised and hurriedly urged his spiritual power to protect himself. Although the fog said it was a benefit, Lu Yi did not dare to believe it. But strangely, no matter how he urged his spiritual power, he could not stop the fog from fusing with him. He quickly immersed his mind to check his talent tree and found nothing unusual. Only then did he feel relieved. In a moment, the fog around him disappeared, and his vision became clear again. Lu Yi looked around and found that he was now somewhere in the starry sky. In his field of vision, a tattered battleship was rushing into the distance. It was the ghost ship. Lu Yi frowned and finally bowed in the direction of the specter ship. "Thank you for your advice, Senior." There was no response. There was no need for any response. The chances of meeting in the starry sky were very small. The ghost ship was drifting around, and Lu Yi estimated that he would probably never see it again in his life, nor would he have any dealings with it. Watching the ghost ship disappear, Lu Yi finally realized that he had left the ghost ship. Where was Haitang? Junior brother Lu. A divine sense came from afar, and at the same time, Haitang's voice came, revealing a strong sense of weakness. Lu Yi hurriedly rushed in that direction and soon came to where Haitang was. When he looked carefully, he was shocked. "Senior sister Haitang, why are you like this?" Chapter 1310. Haitang was obviously very weak at the moment. She had fallen into the ghost ship a few months earlier than Lu Yi, and her physical body had been trapped inside, her foundation constantly fading away. Strictly speaking, the Haitang that Lu Yi saw on the ghost ship was not her true body, but the manifestation of her soul avatar. That was why her real body had been trapped somewhere on the specter ship all this time, as the cycle of reincarnation continued. Her soul avatar was separated from her true body, and Haitang could not control her physical body at all. Under such circumstances, she would naturally become weaker and weaker until she finally died. What surprised Lu Yi was not her current state, but her form. The Haitang he saw on the ghost ship looked like a normal human cultivator, but the Haitang in Lu Ye's field of vision was only the size of a palm. She looked no different from a human, but Lu Yi was sure that Haitang was definitely not a human. There was no such small human in this world. Of all the races that Lu Yi had seen, the smallest was undoubtedly the fairy race, but the fairy race was also the size of a baby, several sizes larger than Haitang in front of him. Haitang's pale face squeezed out a smile. "I've embarrassed myself in front of Junior Brother. I'm from the Minion clan of Mount Minion." Minion clan of Mount Minion? Lu Yi was stunned. "But on the ghost ship, Senior Sister, you clearly," Haitang said, "that's also one of the rules of the ghost ship. In fact, the crew you saw should be of different races, but on the ship, they were all in the form of normal humans." Only then did Lu Yi realize that he had been too short-sighted. However, this was the first time Lu Yi had seen such a small person, and he was curious for a moment. But now was not the time to be curious. Haitong's state was obviously not right. Lu Yi said with concern, "Senior sister, please recover first." Saying so, he stretched out a hand and gently lifted her up, placing her on his shoulder. Haitong nodded and sat down cross-legged. "Do you need a panacea?" Lu Yi asked. Haitong shook her head. "The panacea of the outside world is not suitable for my minion clan. I have my own recovery items, so junior brother need not worry." Lu Yi did not ask any more questions. Thinking about it, the panacea he used here was almost half the size of Haitong's head. How could she consume it? Hug and gnaw on it? That was too unsightly. While Haitong was recovering, Lu Yi began to investigate the surroundings to determine the direction of the 9 prefectures. The time spent on the Spectre ship was not long, about 10 days at most, so they should not have gone far. After observing the sun and finding Venus in the vast starry sky, Lu Yi determined the position of the 9 prefectures with a little deduction. Then he moved his body and stepped on the path back. This was the first time he had left the 9 prefectures and set foot in the starry sky. He had encountered so many things. Lu Yi sorted it out a little. It seemed that the first 3 months were peaceful. Other than searching for spiritual jades, he was exploring. After that, he encountered a large group of star beasts and killed them. When he was about to return, he met Feng Rumo. Then he found the Spectre ship under his guidance. He had always thought that the starry sky around the 9 regions would be silent. After all, Yang Qing had said before that the 9 regions were relatively remote. But from the looks of it now, even though it was remote, it would still be lively sometimes. All kinds of wandering creatures or creatures in the starry sky might drift to the 9 prefectures at any time. Lu Yi controlled his speed within the range that he could control, and left a part of his mind to monitor the surroundings to make sure that he would not crash into something while flying. Only then did Lu Yi immerse his mind and investigate his body. When he left the Spectre ship, a large amount of fog surged into his body. Although the talent tree did not have any abnormal reaction, and the fog said that this was a benefit, Lu Yi did not dare to be careless before he found out what this benefit was. His divine sense scanned every inch of his flesh and blood, but found nothing unusual. This was very strange. Since there was nothing unusual with his physical body, Lu Yi checked his divine sea. Sure enough, he found something wrong. Originally, there were only traces of the soul-suppressing tower in his divine sea, but now, as far as the eye could see, there was a broken ship sailing in the sea. The shape of the broken ship was exactly the same as the Spectre ship. It was impossible for the Spectre ship to come to his divine sea. Lu Yi had already watched it leave. If that was the case, then what was the Spectre ship here? Lu Yi manifested his spirit avatar and flew onto the Spectre ship. In an instant, all kinds of mysteries lingered in his mind. Lu Yi closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly. What the fog said at the end was right. This was indeed a great gift. The Spectre ship in the divine sea could be considered a brand of the Spectre ship's body. It had some of the Spectre ship's characteristics and rules. Of course, it was not as powerful as the real Spectre ship, and this thing could be used for the battle of the spirit. For Lu Yi, now that he had stepped into the starry sky, he would inevitably have to face some experts that he could not defeat. The chaos in the starry sky was not something the 9 prefectures could compare to. In the 9 prefectures, cultivators would not encounter an enemy whose cultivation level was much higher than theirs. Spirit Stream Realm cultivators and Cloud River Realm cultivators were both in the same cultivation level. Even if they advanced to the True Lake Realm and joined the prefecture guards of the various prefectures, the Divine Sea Realm cultivators would still restrict each other. True Lake Realm cultivators would not be bullied by the Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Even if they were bullied, The divine sea realm cultivators on their side would quickly stand up for them. However, the starry sky was different. There were no restrictions. For example, Yu Xian had directly forced his way into the 9 prefectures and wanted to enslave the land of the 9 prefectures. If Yan Qing had not killed him, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures would have been reduced to slaves. Another example was Feng Romo, whom Lu Yi had encountered previously. If the other party was a bloodthirsty person, Lu Yi would not have been able to survive. Wandering in the starry sky depended on one's strength and luck. No matter how strong one was, if one was unlucky and encountered an expert that he could not match, he could only admit that he was unlucky. One's cultivation level had to be raised bit by bit. There were not many tricks to this, but there were many strange methods to protect the spirit. The soul-suppressing pagoda in Lu Ye's spirit sea was one of them. When one's cultivation reached the constellation realm, one would have all kinds of wonderful methods to protect the spirit. Most of them relied on treasures or cultivated special spirit secret techniques. However, for Lu Yi, the soul-suppressing pagoda was only a passive means of defense. It could only ensure the stability of Lu Ye's spirit, and it could not even prevent the invasion of the enemy's spirit. However, the Spectre ship's brand that he had obtained now was a means to take the initiative to attack. In the future, if he encountered an enemy that he could not match in terms of physical strength, or if a powerhouse started a battle of the spirit, the Spectre ship's brand could play a role. All kinds of mysteries about the ship lingered in his mind. Lu Yi shouted, "Everyone, take your positions!" As his voice fell, the originally tattered hull of the ship was restored to its intact appearance. Then, on the deck, there were many illusory figures. Looking at the appearance of these figures, it was surprisingly Qin Zong and the other crew members. Outside the Spectre ship's treasury, the last thick fog that poured into Lu Ye's body was formed after Qin Zong and the others disappeared. Therefore, the Spectre ship here also had their brand, allowing Lu Yi to control it at will. In other words, if Lu Yi had a battle of the spirit with someone else, it would not be just a battle of the spirit. Lu Yi could control the Spectre ship and lead his crew to catch the enemy off guard. It was clearly a simple battle of the spirit, but Lu Yi had brought out a treasure ship. Just thinking about that scene was terrifying. Who knew what kind of expression the enemy would have when the time came? Now in the spirit sea, there was the soul-suppressing pagoda for defense and the Spectre ship for offense. There was both offense and defense. After driving the Spectre ship recklessly in the spirit sea for a while, Lu Yi withdrew from the spirit sea. Overall, he was very satisfied with the benefits bestowed by the fog. Moreover, from the fog's words, he was probably the only person who had received such benefits since ancient times. In the past, even if a cultivator passed the test of the Spectre ship, they basically took a treasure from the treasury and left. In comparison, the value of the Spectre ship in the spirit sea was not inferior to any of the treasures in the treasury. This thing could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. What was the most important thing in a cultivator's cultivation? Staying alive was the most important thing. As long as one was alive, there was hope. In this way, his previous determination to take Haiteng away was somewhat unintentional. To be honest, he was also very reluctant to give up the treasures in the treasury. The things in there were indeed precious and rare, but compared to his final choice, it was nothing. If he really only took one treasure out, Lu Yi would feel guilty from then on. He sped all the way. After a full month, Haiteng's condition improved slightly. Although she was still weak, at least her condition had stabilized. Next, as long as she calmed down and cultivated, she would slowly recover. Haiteng got up from Lu Ye's shoulder, looked at his profile, and bowed with a sincere expression. "Junior brother Lu, thank you for taking me out of the sea of suffering. Haiteng will always remember this kindness." Lu Yi smiled. "Senior sister Haiteng is too serious. In fact, I should thank you. If it weren't for your last effort, I wouldn't have been able to pass the test of the Spectre ship. If that was the case, you and I would probably be relying on each other on the Spectre ship holding hands and crying. At the end of the 19th Reincarnation War, Lu Yi drove the Spectre ship to crash into the last enemy ship. He failed to kill it in one blow. When the enemy ship's array buzzed and shone brightly, Haitang controlled the attack array in time and gave the enemy ship a fatal blow. Only then could Lu Yi pass the test. From this point of view, Lu Yi was greatly indebted to Haitang. Hearing his interesting words, Haitang couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Haitang's life was given to me by junior brother Lu. In the future, if junior brother needs anything, I will do everything, she said seriously. Lu Yi waved his hand. You saved me, and I saved you. We can be considered to have helped each other. It's not like we owe each other anything. Moreover, I chose to take senior sister away, but it's not completely without benefits. The benefits I get are no less than the treasures in the treasury. Chapter 13:11. Before leaving the Spectre ship, Haitang had heard what the fog had said and knew that Lu Yi had benefited from it. Now that Lu Yi mentioned it, she knew that it was true. However, she wasn't someone who wanted to know everything, so she didn't ask too many questions. She silently kept this kindness in her heart and prepared to repay it in the future. Changing the topic, she said, "But junior brother's mind is really sharp. How did you think of bringing me out?" If Lu Yi hadn't thought of this and succeeded in the end, Haitang wouldn't have thought of this. Lu Yi said, "Actually, senior sister should be thanking that fog." Haitang didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "It gave me some pointers." Lu Yi smiled. "When I entered the treasury, the mist said that I could take one of everything on the ship. At that time, I was dazzled by the myriad of treasures, so I didn't think too much about it. Indeed, I was prepared to take one of them, but at the last moment, I suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the mist's words." Haitang muttered to herself for a moment, then suddenly understood. It was talking about everything on the ship, not everything in the treasury. "Exactly." Lu Yi nodded. "Since that's the case, then senior sister Haitang must have been one of the choices. Now that I think about it, it must have secretly given me some pointers. That's why you thanked it when we left." When the Spectre ship left, Lu Yi had indeed said something like that. At the time, Haitang didn't know what Lu Yi was thanking it for, but if that was really the case, then the fog had indeed played a role in guiding them. Perhaps that was the case, or perhaps it had no choice but to do so. Regardless, Lu Yi had seen a flaw in the fog's words and changed his original plan. Overall, the Spectre ship's experience was like a strange game of rules in a specific environment. Not only did the intruders have to follow the rules, but even the ship's crew and the fog had to follow them. These rules weren't fatal, but they were extremely dangerous and left a chance for survival. It was quite mysterious. However, if one wanted to play such a game, they had to be prepared to gamble their lives. In any case, Lu Yi didn't want to do it again. Although he was confident that he could control the dragon warship well enough to deal with the 3 enemy ships, he didn't have a suitable method. Even if he could destroy the 3 ships, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the Moon Jade Realm. "Senior sister Haitang, where are you going?" Lu Yi asked. Haitang's expression dimmed. "I don't know either." "Where is Mount Fangsuan? If it's not far, I can send you back," Lu Yi suggested. Haitang was still in a weak state, and it was not suitable for her to explore the starry sky in such a state. The two of them had formed a friendship on the ghost ship. Lu Yi felt that as long as the distance was not too far, it would not be a problem to send her back. Since Haitang was here, it meant that Fangsuan Mountain was not too far away from the 9 regions. In the future, the cultivators of the 2 realms would have some interactions, so there was no harm in negotiating in advance. Haitang shook her head. "I don't know where it is." Lu Yi was stunned. How could he not know where his hometown was? Haitang explained, "Mount Fangsuan is the same as the ghost ship. It is not fixed in a certain place in the starry sky. Instead, it follows a certain trajectory and drifts in the starry sky. A few months ago, Mount Fongsuin passed through the nearby starry sky. I came out to collect spirit jades, but I accidentally found the ghost ship and fell into it. Now that several months have passed, I don't know where Mount Fongsuin is heading. So that was the case. From this point of view, Mount Fongsuin should be the same type as the blood refining realm. They were both wandering realms. However, the level of Mount Fongsuin was obviously much higher than that of the blood refining realm. After all, it could give birth to a constellation like Haitang. Therefore, when the realm was drifting around, the cultivators of the realm could go out and collect spirit jades. Such a realm undoubtedly had its advantages. They never had to worry about the situation of running out of spirit jades in the airspace near their own realm. Because they were always moving, there was always a new airspace to explore. However, there were also disadvantages. Just like Haitang's current situation, once she had no contact with her own realm for too long, it was likely that she would not be able to find her way home. Lu Yi could not help but feel a little troubled. He could not ignore Haitang's current situation. However, if he were to bring her back to the 9 states, it would not be appropriate. To the outside world, the cultivators of the 9 states were now unified. They all called themselves cultivators of the 9 heavens to avoid attracting the attention of the enemies of the previous 9 states. But then again, Haitang's temperament was still very good. When Lu Yi had just boarded the Spectre ship and was confused, she had already reminded him. After that, when he asked her for information, she did not hold back. At the last moment, it was her strong attack that broke the defense of the enemy's ship. In this case, it did not seem to be a problem to bring her back to the 9 states. Thinking of this, Lu Yi said, "If Senior Apprentice Sister has nowhere to go, why don't you follow me back to my realm?" "Sure." Haitang smiled and nodded. "But I wonder what Junior Apprentice Brother's realm is called? Because we, the little human clan of Mount Fongsuin, are wandering around, we can be considered to have seen and learned a lot. Perhaps Junior Apprentice Brother's realm is also recorded in the ancient records of Mount Fongsuin. If so, I must have seen it in the ancient records. Then Senior Apprentice Sister must have not seen it before." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Because the 9 heavens realm I came from has just been promoted to a large realm not long ago. Even I have only been promoted to a constellation mansion for half a year." "I see." Haitang understood. If it was really a newly promoted large realm, Mount Fongsuin would definitely not have records of it. There were so many realms in the starry sky. No matter how knowledgeable Mount Fongsuin was, it was impossible for them to record every single realm. Generally, those that were recorded were at least large realms. She was secretly shocked because if Lu Yi did not mention it, she would not have realized that Lu Yi had only been promoted to a constellation mansion for half a year. She could see that Lu Ye's cultivation base was at the early stage of a constellation mansion, but the density of his spiritual power was not something a newly promoted constellation mansion could possess. It would take at least 10 to 20 years of accumulation. It seemed that this junior apprentice brother Lu Ye's talent was extraordinary. Moreover, his various performances on the Spectre ship were also somewhat unfathomable. Until now, Haitang had not figured out how he solved the problem of spiritual power endurance. As expected, one could not underestimate any cultivator in the starry sky. The 9 heavens realm, as a newly promoted large realm, had given birth to such a person. In the future, he would definitely be extraordinary. They continued to fly forward. Their speed was not considered fast, mainly because Lu Yi still had to shoulder the mission of exploration, so he had to make some records of the celestial bodies he saw. The originally boring journey in the starry sky became less boring with the addition of Haitang. The two of them casually chatted from time to time, which could also pass the time. However, Haitang often needed to recover, so Lu Yi was still in a state of silence most of the time. After about half a month, there was suddenly a movement from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi focused and checked, and found that it was a message from Little Nine. "Lu Yi, you're still alive?" Lu Ye's face darkened, and he replied, "Of course, I'm still alive." This little nine was getting more and more outrageous. You've got guts. None of the cultivators who explore the starry sky dared to go too far. Generally, they would travel within half a year, and you've gone the furthest. After traveling for more than half a year, it was impossible to get in touch with the 9 regions in time. Little Nine, as the heaven's secret of the 9 regions, could be said to be able to sense the imprint of the cultivators of the 9 regions at any time. Naturally, it could determine the approximate location of those cultivators who had left. Lu Ye's side was different. As early as 2 months ago, he had left its sensing range. But to be honest, this was not his original intention. He had already planned to return, but in the end he met Feng Rumo, who flew with him for a while. After that, he went to find the ghost ship and was taken by the ghost ship for a while. As a result, they flew further and further away. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. Go home early, Little Nine exhorted. Lu Yi suddenly had a strange feeling, like a naughty child playing outside and forgetting the time to go home. As a result, he was urged by his parents, but then again, wandering in this vast starry sky, where the place was vast and boundless, if there was no concern in the heart, it would really be empty. As soon as he ended the communication with Little Nine, Jian Guhong sent another message, asking about his recent situation. Obviously, Jian Guhong had been checking the situation of his battlefield imprint. Previously, Lu Yi had run too far, so Jian Guhong could not contact him. Now that he had just entered the range of contact, Jian Guhong noticed it. Lu Yi spent some time telling Jian Guhong about his experiences on this trip. Whether it was Feng Rumo or the ghost ship for the cultivators of the 9 regions, they had never come into contact with them. They might have a chance to encounter them in the future, so Lu Yi naturally would not hide such important information. As for the previous encounter with the angler fish, Lu Yi had already sent a message to Jian Guhong. Presumably, in the future, when the cultivators of the 9 regions enter the starry sky, they would be more vigilant. Immediately, Lu Yi mentioned Haidang and asked for Jian Guhong's opinion. Jian Guhong naturally did not know about the little humans of Mount Fangsuan, but as the first guardian of the 9 regions, he paid attention to something else that interested him. You're saying that this fellow Taoist named Haitang comes from Mount Fangsuan and is especially knowledgeable? Probably. According to her, Mount Fangsuan is like the ghost ship, wandering everywhere. The cultivators of Mount Fangsuan will expand their horizons as the world moves. So naturally, they have extraordinary experience. Then we must invite this fellow Taoist Haitang back. Lu Yi immediately understood his plan. Senior apprentice brother wants to invite her to spread the various common knowledge of the starry sky to us 9 regions? This is a rare opportunity. Compared to our own exploration, the information that Mount Fangsuan has is much more comprehensive. We won't ask her about any secrets, and will only ask her about things that everyone knows but we don't. Naturally, we won't make things difficult for her. All right, I've already invited her before. Senior apprentice Sister Haitang has nowhere to go now, so she has agreed to return to the 9 regions with me. Chapter 1312. Originally, Lu Yi was still a little hesitant about his decision to invite Haitang to 9 regions, but after hearing Jian Guhong's words, he immediately understood that his decision was right. When he was with Feng Rumo before, although he heard some information about the starry sky from Feng Rumo, the information was not systematic and very scattered, mainly because Feng Rumo said what he thought. But if he could get Haitang to help popularize it, it would certainly be of great benefit to 9 regions' cultivators when they entered the starry sky in the future. When he explained this matter to Haitang, Haitang naturally agreed. She was still very happy to be able to help Lu Yi. Several days passed. The battlefield imprint once again sent a message. Lu Yi checked and found that it was Little Nine. What is it? Little Nine's tone was somewhat hesitant. There is one thing. I don't know if I should tell you, but I don't want to tell you. It's so difficult. Lu Yi was speechless. Since you don't want to tell me, why did you bring it up? Little Nine said, But if I don't tell you, you will blame me when you find out in the future. What can I blame you for? Lu Yi was curious. What is it? If you don't tell me, I will blame you right now. Speaking halfway was still very annoying. If Little Nine didn't mention it, it would be fine. But since he mentioned it, it must be something related to him, so he had to know. Then I'll tell you, Little Nine hurriedly said. Although he had intelligence, his temperament was still equivalent to a child. In the entire 9 regions, he could only chat with Lu Yi from time to time. The others simply didn't know his specific existence. Hearing Lu Yi say so, how could he dare to hide anything? There is a woman called Thought Moon Immortal who has gone missing. Lu Ye's figure paused, his brows furrowed. Missing? What do you mean? He just disappeared. He suddenly disappeared. Little Nine replied. He knew that Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal had a good relationship. When Lu Yi first entered the State Guard, he received a lot of care from Thought Moon Immortal. If it was a 9 regions cultivator that Lu Yi was not familiar with or did not know, he would be too lazy to tell Lu Yi this matter. Lu Yi realized that something was wrong. Jian Guhong still needed to check the status of the battlefield imprints to confirm the recent situation of the Constellation Realm cultivators who had left the 9 states. For example, Lu Yi had left the range of contact, and Jian Guhong had been unable to contact him. However, Little Nine was different. As the heavenly secrets of the 9 prefectures, it could sense the location of the Constellation Realm cultivators at any time. If it said they were missing, then the matter was not so simple. Is it beyond the range of your senses? Lu Yi asked. That's not it. Although her original location wasn't far from the edge of my detection range, I would have been able to detect her if she had gradually exceeded my detection range. However, the truth is that I had suddenly lost the detection of her battlefield imprint. As expected, something had happened. Lu Yi was silent for a moment before asking, Is he dead or alive? I don't know. I can't sense the battlefield imprint, so I can't determine if he's dead or alive. Within the range of the heavenly secrets of the 9 prefectures, if a cultivator died, the imprint would shatter. Others could also determine their death through this method, but it was not possible outside the range of the heavenly secrets. Outside the range, even if the cultivator died, the imprint would only be in a state of being unable to contact and would not shatter. This was also the reason why Little Nine didn't want to tell Lu Yi about this. If the Thought Moon Immortal was really dead, then the place where she disappeared would definitely be extremely dangerous. If it didn't tell Lu Yi, then Lu Yi wouldn't investigate. But if it told Lu Yi, then Lu Yi would definitely not ignore it. When did it happen? Lu Yi asked again. 2 hours ago. You guide me. Lu Yi said as he immediately turned around and flew away. Little Nine sighed. He knew that things would develop like this. In desperation, he could only guide Lu Yi. Not to mention that Thought Moon Immortal had taken care of Lu Yi a lot, even if Lu Yi really didn't know about the 9 prefectures. Under the premise that they might be in danger, Lu Yi would still investigate. Since it was within the range of the heavenly secrets of the 9 prefectures, then what was the danger and how dangerous it was, he must figure it out. This was his responsibility as the first generation of 9 prefectures. Haitang, who was sitting on Lu Ye's shoulder to recover, slowly opened her eyes. Lu Yi transmitted his voice. Senior Sister Haitang, I won't return to this realm for the time being. A senior sister is missing. I have to investigate. Haitang understood and nodded. Then you have to be careful. She continued to speed up her recovery to ensure that if Lu Yi encountered any danger, she could help him in time. The location where Thought Moon Immortal disappeared was not far from Lu Yi, only a month's journey away. This was also the reason why Little Nine chose to send a message to Lu Yi, because out of all the 9 regions' constellations, only Lu Yi was the closest to here. Nowadays, although there were many 9 prefectures, when they entered the starry sky outside the 9 prefectures, they were like fish pouring into the sea, extremely scattered. Usually, unless they traveled together like the sect leader and Yun Shuechu, It was difficult for the native cultivators of 9 prefectures to meet each other in the starry sky. A month later, following the guidance of Little Nine, Lu Yi arrived at the location where Thought Moon Immortal disappeared. He did not show up rashly, but hid far away and quietly investigated. But as far as the eye could see, there was nothing in this starry sky. Not to mention stars, there was not even a meteorite. What kind of danger could there be in such a place that would cause Thought Moon Immortal to suddenly disappear? Just when Lu Yi was puzzled and was about to investigate more carefully, Haitang suddenly let out a soft cry and flew out from Lu Ye's shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Yi followed closely. Not long after, Haitang flew to a position and stood still. She looked around and immediately raised her hand to form a seal. A strange light suddenly flashed from her eyes. After staring for a while, a smile bloomed on her face, and she said happily, "Junior brother Lu, I found the aura of home." The aura of home? Haitang's little head kept nodding. Fangsuan Mountain had stayed here for a while. Lu Yi looked carefully, but even with the insight spirit pattern, he did not find anything strange in the vicinity. He immediately understood that this should be a secret technique unique to the Miniman clan, and only the Miniman clan could perform it. She saw the aura of home. His heart thumped. Thought Moon Immortal disappeared from this position a month ago. Haitang said that Fangsuan Mountain had stayed in this position for a while. Things couldn't be so coincidental, right? But if there was no other possibility, then this was the only possibility. "Can you find it?" Lu Yi asked hurriedly. Haitang nodded. "It should be possible. They should have sensed that I was missing, so they stayed here for a while to wait for me and left some aura. But I did not show up in the end, so Fangsuan Mountain could only continue forward. But there should be some traces left along the way. I can find them." As she said this, she continued to look around and finally confirmed a direction. "This way." As she spoke, she landed back on Lu Ye's shoulder. Lu Yi moved and pounced in that direction. Although he was worried about the Moon Immortal's safety, Lu Yi could not help but be curious. Your Fangsuan Mountain can stop at any time? It was an entire realm, not a spirit boat. How could it stop at any time? Take the blood-refining realm, for example. If it were not for the power of the many heavenly secrets pillars, it would not have stopped at the side of the 9 provinces. That required a lot of pushing force. And in order to stop the blood-refining realm, the entire blood-refining realm had exhausted a lot of its resources. Haitang smiled. "Fangsuan Mountain might be a little different from what you think, junior brother. You'll know when you see it." Haitang had originally thought that she would never be able to return to her hometown, but she did not expect to have such an unexpected discovery. Her mood was obviously good, but immediately after, she realized something. "Junior brother Lu, that senior sister of yours went missing in that place." Lu Yi nodded. "That's right." Haitang immediately understood. In that case, she might have entered Fangsuan Mountain. Lu Yi said, "If so, will there be any danger?" Although Haitang's temperament was not bad, it was impossible to determine what kind of character the Minimen clan had. If they were hostile to the human race, then the Moon Immortal would not have a good ending if she fell into their trap. Haitang said, if she really entered Fangsuan Mountain, junior brother need not be too worried. Although our Minimen clan does not welcome other races into our realm, there will occasionally be some cultivators who intrude. Generally speaking, the cultivators who intrude will not be in danger of losing their lives. But what? Lu Yi knew that generally when others said, but, it would not be pleasant to hear. But they have to serve 100 years of hard labor before they can regain their freedom. Haitang glanced at Lu Yi with some embarrassment. This is a rule passed down from Fangsuan Mountain since ancient times. Most of the cultivators in the starry sky know about this rule. So generally, after seeing Fangsuan Mountain, they will not trespass. How could the cultivators of 9 regions know about the rules of the starry sky? In any case, knowing that the Moon Immortal's life would not be in danger, Lu Yi felt a little relieved. What he was most worried about was that the Moon Immortal had met with an accident. Now it seemed that the Moon Immortal had most likely accidentally intruded into Fengsun Mountain and was left behind. As for why Fengsun Mountain would stay in this position, since ancient times, Fengsun Mountain had always drifted around. The cultivators of Fengsun Mountain could wander around the realm and go out to collect spirit jades, but they would not go too far. Haitang also did not go too far before, but she encountered the Spectre ship. Although she had seen many records of the Spectre ship in the ancient books, she did not think too much about it at that time. Out of curiosity, she boarded the Spectre ship and ended up trapped inside. If Lu Yi had not brought her out in the end, she would have most likely met with disaster. This was a result of her lack of experience in exploring the starry sky. Even if she had read many ancient books and knew about all kinds of strange things in the starry sky, if she was not careful enough, there would still be carelessness. It was also related to the Spectre ship being too deceptive. It was a broken ship. Lu Yi had carefully inspected it and determined that there was no danger before boarding it. In the end, it was easy to get in, but when he wanted to leave, he could not. End of chapter. Chapter 1313. Haitang was still in the constellation tier after all. Although there were many elites in Mount Fengsun, a constellation tier elite was not someone that could be abandoned so easily. Moreover, there were some other reasons why Mount Fengsun could not abandon her so easily. Sensing that she had not returned, Mount Fengsun had stopped at this location. Perhaps there were still elites from Mount Fengsun searching everywhere for her, but they could not find her in the end. Thus, missing Moon Immortal was unlucky. Lu Yi could not be sure exactly how the matter had developed, but he thought that it should be the process. Now, it was very likely that missing Moon Immortal was trapped in Mount Fengsun, so he had to go over and take a look. However, he soon realized a problem. Senior Sister Haitang, since your Mount Fengsun has such a rule, then if I go in, Haitang smiled. That rule is only applicable to intruders. You're a guest invited by me, so it's naturally not applicable. Junior brother, you don't have to worry. If that senior sister of yours is really at Mount Fengsun, I'll ask Master to mediate for you to bring her out after I return. Thank you, senior sister, Haitang said. You saved my life and brought me out of the sea of bitterness. I do not know how to repay you. I am very happy to be able to help you. Junior brother, you do not have to be so courteous with me. Lu, you did not say anything else. Haitang also seriously used the secret technique of the dwarf tribe, searching for traces of aura that others could not see. Originally, he had planned to bring Haitang back to the 9 states and ask her for some information about the universe. Now it seemed that this plan had been ruined. This was something that could not be helped. Plans were always inferior to changes. After receiving Little Nine's message, Lu Yi had rushed to the location where Missing Moon Immortal had disappeared. In other words, a month ago, Mount Fengsun should still be in that location, so it should not have gone far at this moment. However, chasing after a drifting domain in the universe was actually not an easy task, especially when Haitang had to stop from time to time to determine the direction that Mount Fengsun had moved. Sometimes she even ran in the wrong direction, which was a bit of a waste of time. After a full 2 months, Haitang said excitedly, "It should not be far. These traces are very clear. We should be able to reach home in a few days." Sure enough, a few days later, something that looked like a small mountain suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision. He didn't pay much attention to it at first. After all, there are all kinds of meteors and floating continents in the cosmos. He had seen all kinds of strange objects before, but what he didn't expect was that when Haitang saw the mountain-like star, she actually cheered, "I finally found it!" Lu Yi was dumbfounded. "This is Mount Fengsun?" "Yeah." Haitang nodded heavily. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He wanted to ask her if she had made a mistake, but on second thought it was useless to ask. Haitang was from the dwarf clan. There was no reason for her to make a mistake about her own domain. But could this be considered a domain? The small mountain that entered his field of vision wasn't that big. It couldn't be said that it could be seen everywhere in the starry sky, but it wasn't difficult to spot. This was just a meteorite that was in the shape of a small mountain. Although there were many mountain peaks, the tallest one was only a few 100 feet high. Even if the dwarfs were really small, living in such a place, wouldn't it be crowded? Moreover, Lu Yi couldn't sense any living aura from it. Haitang seemed to have seen his confusion, so she explained, Mount Fangsuan is mysterious and unpredictable. It has the innate ability to camouflage and confuse people, so it's impossible to see anything from the outside. What she meant was that there was a world inside Mount Fangsuan. Lu Yi smiled and said, Then I'll have to take a good look. But very soon, Lu Yi saw something else. Your Mount Fangsuan is incomplete. On one side of the small mountain, there were obvious signs of fracture. It was unknown how it had been caused. Haitang nodded. Mount Fangsuan is indeed incomplete. Many years ago, it was split into 3 parts. We belong to the eastern part of Mount Fangsuan, and there are also the southern and western parts. In the future, if Junior Brother comes across the other 2 parts of Mount Fangsuan in the starry sky, don't just barge in recklessly. Lu Yi nodded and said, I understand. As they spoke, the 2 of them continued to approach Mount Fangsuan. Very soon, they reached the periphery of the small mountain. Haitang said, Junior Brother, don't resist. As she said this, she activated her spiritual power and wrapped it around Lu Yi. Then he crashed headfirst into the small mountain ahead. Just as he was about to crash into the mountain, Lu Yi suddenly had the illusion that he had barged into a layer of thin film. Suddenly his eyes lit up. When he looked up, he was astonished. This was because what he saw was a huge sun hanging in the sky. It had appeared so abruptly without any warning at all. Lu Yi immediately understood that Mount Fangsuan looked one way from the outside and another way inside. As expected, there was another world inside. An extremely powerful divine sense suddenly swept over, and Lu Ye's body tensed up. This divine sense was so strong that he had only felt it from a few people, Yu Xian, Yangqing, and Feng Rumo. Sunshine Realm. Clearly, because Haitang had brought him into Mount Fangsuan, they had attracted the attention of the Sunshine Realm cultivators guarding the border. In the blink of an eye, the divine sense disappeared. It had undoubtedly identified Haitang's identity. Lu Yi calmed himself down and continued to observe the interior of Mount Fangsuan. The light of the sun was covered by the clouds. At this moment, he and Haitang were rapidly descending. He took a light breath and felt the air that he had not felt in a long time. After passing through the clouds, the ground below was imprinted into his vision. It was vast and continuous, with many undulating mountain ranges. It was as if long dragons were lying on the ground. This was what a realm should look like. Junior Brother, how is the interior of Mount Fangsuan? Haitang asked with a smile. The atmosphere is extraordinary. Lu Yi could feel that Mount Fangsuan was much higher level than the 9 provinces. This was definitely a top-level realm. From the outside, he could see the full appearance of Mount Fangsuan at a glance. However, after entering, even if he fully spread out his divine sense, he could only detect a small area of Mount Fangsuan. Suddenly, he realized that something was not right. He turned to look at Haitang and was dumbfounded. Senior Sister Haitang, you have grown bigger. At this moment, Haitang was no longer that palm-sized little person. Instead, she was the same as when he saw her on the Spectre ship. She had a normal human physique. Haitang pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I've grown bigger. It's that you've become smaller. This is the law of Mount Fangsuan. It's said that the complete Mount Fangsuan is a starry sky, supreme treasure. Although it's now divided into 3 parts, the law of Mount Fangsuan is still operating. All cultivators who enter this place will become smaller. Lu Yi did not notice it at all. He circulated his spiritual power slightly, and there was no hindrance. He then looked at his storage ring and storage space. They were not affected at all. Even the mountain pan saber was still the size that was suitable for him. How mysterious was such a law? Haitang continued, I'll bring you back to the peak first to see Master. Then, I'll think of a way to find out about that senior sister of yours. If she's really trapped here, I'll ask Master to help rescue her and reunite with you. She had arranged everything properly. Naturally, Lu Yi had no problems. As he flew forward, Lu Yi discovered that there was nothing in Mount Fangsuan. Moreover, there didn't seem to be a lot of people in Mount Fangsuan. At the very least, it wasn't like the 9 provinces where there were humans everywhere. All the humans were gathered around the spiritual mountains. Some of the spiritual mountains had more humans, while others had fewer humans. After asking about this, Haitang didn't hide anything. Junior Marshall Brother is right. Our little human race does use spirit mountains as our foundation. A spirit mountain is equivalent to a sect of your human race. Within Mount Fangsuan, there are 1,000 spirit mountains, which means there are 1,000 sections. Although this was not a small number, it paled in comparison to the land of the 9 provinces. If all the sects in the land of the 9 provinces were added together, there would be more than 10,000 of them. This was undoubtedly related to the population of the humans. Among the 1,000 spiritual mountains, there were 3 that were the most powerful. They were the Misty Peak, the Cloud Sea Peak, and the Immortal Spirit Peak. All of them had sunshine cultivators. Previously, when Haitang brought Lu Yi into Mount Fangsuan, the spiritual will that swept over them belonged to the Cloud Sea Peak's Peak Lord, Chen Xianhai. Recently, he had been on duty to protect this realm. The spiritual mountain that Haitang came from was one of the 3 great spiritual mountains, the Immortal Spirit Peak. Her master was the Immortal Spirit Peak's Peak Lord, Su Yuqing. She was also one of the only 3 sunshine cultivators in Mount Fangsuan. If not for this layer of relationship, Mount Fangsuan would not have stopped to wait for Haitang after discovering that she had gone missing. If it were a constellation cultivator without a strong backer who had gone missing, Mount Fangsuan would at most send out people to search for her. It could be seen that Haitang's master was quite fond of her. The territory of the entire Fangsuan mountain wasn't too vast. It was only about 3 out of the 9 prefectures. However, one had to know that the Fangsuan mountain here was only a part of it. The complete Fangsuan mountain was definitely not inferior to the 9 prefectures in terms of size. A constellation cultivator's flying speed was very fast. Even if they entered the realm from the wrong place, it took them less than an hour to reach the Immortal Spirit Peak. From the outside of Mount Fangsuan, Lu Yi saw that the tallest peak was only a few hundred feet tall. However, it was different inside. The Immortal Spirit Peak was several thousand feet tall. Spiritual energy was abundant in the spiritual mountain. Beside the spiritual mountain, there were mountain ranges. This area of 100,000 miles could be considered the territory of the Immortal Spirit Peak. Haitang led Lu Yi to a valley below the Immortal Spirit Peak and arranged for him to stay in the guest hall. She said apologetically, Junior Brother Lu, Master has some rules here. Without her permission, outsiders are not allowed to step into the Immortal Spirit Peak. Please wait here first. I will go and meet Master now and report to her about your senior sister. Then I will have to trouble Senior, Sister Haitang. After Haitang left, Lu Yi sat quietly in the guest hall and waited. After entering Mount Fangsuan, he tried to check the battlefield imprint. However, he was already out of the range of the land of the 9 provinces, so he could not find anything useful. He also thought of using his spiritual sense to search, but he was after all a guest. It would be inappropriate for him to do so. He could only leave this matter to Haitang. Hopefully, there will be a good result. End of chapter. Chapter 13-14. While they waited, people peeked into the hall from time to time. They didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They were just curious. After all, it was rare for guests to appear in a place like Fangsuan Mountain. Most of the time, it was some foreign cultivator who accidentally trespassed and was stopped by the sunshine cultivators guarding the border. Furthermore, Haitang's status in the Immortal Spiritual Peak wasn't low. The cultivators who came from the same peak as her wanted to know what kind of guest Haitang brought back. In the end, they were greatly disappointed. They quickly lost interest and dispersed. In the face of these curious gazes, Lu Yi could only pretend that he didn't see them and wait quietly. Haitang went straight to the immortal spiritual peak and greeted her master, Su Yuqing, in the hall. A sunshine cultivator's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. When Haitang brought Lu Yi into Fangsuan Mountain, she had already sensed it. When Haitang went missing, she personally went out to investigate and found traces of the ghost ship. She knew that her most outstanding disciple had accidentally entered the ghost ship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to find her. However, even if she was a sunshine cultivator, she didn't dare to enter the ghost ship to save Lu Yi. Once she entered, she would have to abide by the ghost ship's rules. She wouldn't be able to use the advantage of being a sunshine cultivator. If that happened, not only would she fail to save Lu Yi, but she would also lose her life. In her heartache, she could only give up. She thought that she would never see her disciple again. Who would have thought that she would come back on her own and even brought a human man with her? Su Yuqing was still doubtful. Could it be that my guess was wrong? My disciple didn't fall into the ghost ship? But if that's the case, why can't I find her? In the hall, Haitang's eyes were red. Her narrow escape from the ghost ship had left her with lingering fear. When she was with Lu Yi, she could still suppress her emotions. However, after seeing her most respected master, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She was like a child who was bullied outside and felt wronged when she saw her parents. However, she was a constellation cultivator and wouldn't cry like a child. Seeing her like this, Su Yuqing sighed. She was about to scold her, but now she couldn't be harsh. She raised her hand and said, "Get up." A gentle force lifted Haitang up. "Where did you go? Why couldn't I find you?" Su Yuqing asked. She was really curious. Logically speaking, with her sunshine realm spiritual sense, she should be able to find Haitang easily as long as she didn't run too far away. However, she didn't find anything during her previous search. Now that she found traces of the ghost ship, it was only natural for her to come to such a conclusion. Haitang lowered her head. "Your disciple is unfilial and has made you worry. Your disciple went out to collect spiritual jades and ended up entering the specter ship by mistake and got trapped." Su Yuqing was surprised. "Are you really trapped on the ghost ship?" It seemed that her deduction was right. She knew her disciple's background very well. Although he wasn't bad, he definitely didn't have the ability to escape from specter ship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up waiting back then. It was precisely because she concluded that her disciple would definitely die if he were to fall into specter ship that Mount Fangsuan once again set sail and left. This disciple's luck is pretty good. I was saved by someone else and was able to escape. It was junior marshal brother Lu who came back with this disciple. Su Yuqing's interest was piqued. At her level of cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could interest her. But since it was related to specter ship, she had to find out more about it. Especially since that junior marshal brother Lu could save someone from specter ship. What kind of ability is that? She had secretly checked Lu Ye's cultivation before and knew that he was only in the early constellation realm. It was strange that someone in the early constellation realm could do something that even she, a sunshine cultivator, couldn't do. He thought to himself, could it be that there was something wrong with his investigation? She extended her spiritual sense to the guest hall in the valley where Lu Yi was. After checking carefully, she confirmed that he was only in the early constellation realm. In the guest hall, Lu Ye's body tensed up. He felt a sunshine cultivator's spiritual sense spying on him. However, the spying wasn't hidden. It was an open investigation. Haitang's master was probably spying on him. It was a good thing that this kind of observation came and went quickly. The other party's actions were normal. Lu Yi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, he was a guest. In the main hall of the immortal Spirit Mountain, Haitang recounted her experience on Spectre's ship. Originally, she wanted to keep it short, but under Su Yuqing's instructions, she had no choice but to recount everything in detail. When she heard that Junior Marshal Brother Lu had gone through 19 reincarnations and finally passed the Spectre ship's test, even someone like Su Yuqing couldn't help but be shocked. Although she had never been to Spectre's ship, she knew a little about it. Coupled with her disciple's explanation, she naturally understood that the biggest problem a cultivator had to face when they were trapped in Spectre's ship was the problem of their spiritual power reserves. His disciple had only lasted 7 cycles of reincarnation before his spiritual energy was completely depleted, and he could no longer continue. That Junior Marshal Brother Lu had actually lasted 19 reincarnations. Not only was his spiritual power not depleted, his strength wasn't affected at all. How terrifying was his spiritual power reserves! It was impossible for a constellation mansion to have such a spiritual power reserve in the early stages. He must have a way to quickly recover his spiritual power. Su Yuqing was even more shocked when she heard that Lu Yi had driven Spectre ship to defeat 3 Constellations Mansion Masters on his own and unleashed a golden beast that swallowed a Moon Jade Realm Master and several constellations. She carefully asked Haitang about the appearance and aura of that golden beast. Haitang naturally told her everything she knew. Seeing Su Yuqing's thoughtful expression, Haitang cautiously said, "Master, from what I've seen, that golden beast shouldn't be Junior Marshal Brother Lu's own ability. It might be a secret technique sealed in his weapon by an expert." Su Yuqing nodded. "Of course I know it's a sealing technique, but this kind of technique, I'm not as good as it." Haitang was surprised. "Master can't do this?" Su Yuqing sighed. "A normal sealing technique is naturally not a problem, but Spectre ship's internal rules are special. Unless there's a powerful expert, the sealing technique won't be able to exert its corresponding power on Spectre ship. This little guy, surnamed Lu, has an expert behind him, and it was definitely an expert who was more powerful than her." Haitang couldn't help but be puzzled. As far as she knew, the 9 Heavens realm where Junior Marshal Brother Lu came from was only a newly promoted large-sized realm. There were only a bunch of early-stage Constellation Mansion Masters in the realm. There wasn't even a Moon Jade realm. So where did this expert come from? "Continue." Su Yuqing's words interrupted Haitang's thoughts. "He passed Spectre ship's test, so he can naturally leave." "How did you leave?" Haitang said, "It was Junior Apprentice Brother Lu who brought me out." She then talked about the treasures in the treasury and Lu Ye's final choice. When she learned that Lu Yi was willing to give up the great Yen spirit pearl, worth 1,000,000 spirit jades, to bring Haitang out of Spectre ship, Su Yuqing couldn't help but be dazed. To a Sunshine Realm cultivator like her, 1,000,000 spirit jades were naturally nothing. However, to an early-stage Constellation Mansion Master, this was a huge fortune. Moreover, the great Yen spirit pearl's value could not be measured by the number of spirit jades. This thing was extremely helpful for cultivation and was a treasure that could only be found by chance. In this world, there was actually such a person with such noble character. I also didn't expect Junior Marshal Brother Lu to make such a choice in the end. I had already accepted my fate when I failed to pass Spectre ship's test. I thought I would never be able to escape in this life and would soon die on that ship. Who knew that Junior Marshal Brother Lu would choose me in the end? After arguing with the fog in the treasury, he brought me out. However, because of this, Junior Marshal Brother Lu didn't manage to take any treasures out of the treasury. Su Yuqing looked at her disciple with a strange expression. Did he take a fancy to you? Otherwise, why would he make such a choice when they met by chance? Any rational cultivator in such an environment would choose the great Yen spirit pearl, right? Haitang shook her head. It's not like that, Master. I've been with Junior Marshal Brother Lu for many days, and I can confirm that he's a person with good character. The reason why he wanted to save me was that I gave him some help in the beginning. In the end, it was also because of me that he was able to defeat the third worship. Junior Marshall Brother Lu is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Su Yuqing knew that although her disciple was inexperienced in the world, she was not stupid. She still had a good eye for people. Since she said so, then she was right. He did not make a choice because of her beauty, but because he really wanted to save her. For a moment, she had a good impression of that kid surnamed Lu. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer juniors with such a character. Originally, if Haitang had simply brought a friend back, she would not have bothered. Now that she knew the twists and turns in this matter, Su Yuqing felt that it was necessary for her to meet him. No matter what, her disciple had survived because of him, so she should give him some practical benefits. It could be considered that she had fulfilled a part of karma. However, before she could say anything, Haitang said, "Master, Junior Marshall Brother Lu came with me to Mount Fongsuan this time because he has a request." "What is it?" Haitang said. 3 months ago, Junior Marshall Brother Lu received news that one of his senior Marshall sisters went missing. Later, when we went to investigate, we happened to discover the aura of Mount Fongsuan. It was because of this that I was able to find the way back. Junior Marshall Brother Lu suspects that his senior Marshall sister might have mistakenly entered Mount Fongsuan and is trapped here. Therefore, I would like to ask Master to help me find out if she can be reunited with Junior Marshall Brother Lu. Chapter 13:15. 3 months ago. Su Yuqing pondered for a moment. "I don't know about this. Recently, your martial uncle Qin Xianhai has been in charge. If there were any intruders, he was the one who captured them. Let me ask him. Since she was the senior sister of her disciple savior, she wasn't an outsider. If she was really trapped in Fongsuan Mountain, it wouldn't matter if she was released." As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and a ray of spiritual light shot out. "After talking so much, I forgot to ask. What's the name of that Lu kid, and where is he from?" Su Yuqing asked. She was already prepared to meet Lu Yi, so she naturally had to find out more about his background. Such a junior was upright and noble in character. Not only did he have extraordinary means, but he also had an expert behind him. Given time, he would definitely become a capable person. As the master, Su Yuqing was happy to see her disciple befriend such a person. "His name is Lu Yi. He's from the Nine Heavens realm." Lu Yi from the Nine Heavens realm. Su Yuqing nodded slightly. Just as she was thinking about which realm the Nine Heavens realm was, she suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Then her expression changed. "Lu Yi from the Nine Heavens realm?" Haitang blinked. She didn't know why her master had such a big reaction, but she still corrected her master. "Master, it's Lu Yi, not Lu Yi." Su Yuqing acted as if she didn't hear anything. Her divine sense surged out again. At the same time, in the guest hall of the valley, Lu Yi frowned. "Why is there no end to this? Just now, a Sunshine Realm cultivator's divine sense came to check on me, and now there's another one. Is she afraid that I'm a thief or something?" What he didn't know was that Su Yuqing's previous check was out of consideration. Now, she was checking on him for another reason. After a while, the feeling of being checked disappeared. In the main hall of the Immortal Spirit Mountain, Su Yuqing was almost certain that the Lu Yi from the Nine Heavens realm that her disciple brought back was the junior she knew, because their cultivations matched. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence that she knew the name Lu Yi from the realm of Nine Heavens. More than half a year ago, the Fongsuan Mountain passed by a top-level realm. She was acquainted with a powerhouse in that realm, so she went to disturb him for a few days. While chatting with that powerhouse, he told her something interesting. It was the battle for the Spirit Sea at the Reincarnation Tree. It was said that in the battle for the Divine Sea, an 8th Order Divine Sea Realm Master from the Nine Heavens world swept through the blood race by himself, killing all the Divine Sea Realm juniors who participated in the battle. Not only that, even the insect race suffered a calamity at his hands. Although he didn't completely wipe them out, it was close. After that, This 8th Order Divine Sea Realm Junior, with a cultivation weaker than everyone else's, suppressed all the top geniuses of the Stone Clan and killed a genius from the Yellow Dragon Realm. Even the rising stars of the Yellow Dragon Realm didn't dare to face him head-on. And in the end, he won first place, shocking everyone. And that junior was Lu Ye from the realm of 9 heavens. Now the blood race and the insect race had jointly issued a bounty in the starry sky. Anyone who could kill Lu Ye from the realm of 9 heavens could take his head and receive a large reward from the 2 races. The reward was so generous that even Sunshine Realm cultivators would be tempted. It could be said that the blood race and the insect race had suffered a great loss in the battle for the Divine Sea because of Lu Ye. Now they were willing to pay any price to take revenge. For a Sunshine Realm master like Su Yuqing, this kind of competition between juniors was just an interesting thing. When she heard about it, although she was surprised by Lu Ye's deep background, she didn't take it to heart. Since ancient times, there were many monstrous geniuses from various races. The more monstrous a cultivator was, the harder it was for them to grow. On the contrary, those who didn't show their prowess when they were young often ended up in high positions. But she never expected that the protagonist of the interesting story would come to the Fengtsuan Mountain. Although their names were different, their realms were the same. Moreover, their names only differed by 1 word, and their cultivations matched. That was enough. Rumor had it that the person who had brought Lu Ye to the Divine Sea battle had been a reclusive powerhouse. That person had directly taken out a 9-star treasure and tossed it into the reincarnation tree's treasure pool. In the end, he had profited greatly. A powerful cultivator who could take out a 9-star treasure so casually was naturally not to be underestimated. With such a powerful cultivator, the secret technique of the golden beast sealed in Lu Ye's saber could be explained. It must have come from that powerful cultivator. But she didn't know that all of Lu Ye's deductions were correct, except for the one about the seal in the saber. It could be said that it was an accident. At this moment, a ray of light flew in from outside. It was Chun Xuanhai's reply. The ray of light landed in Su Yuqing's hand. She checked it and understood. Haiteng asked, "Master, is that senior sister of junior brother Lu in our Fengtsuan Mountain?" Su Yuqing glanced at her, nodded, and said yes. 3 months ago, she accidentally trespassed here and was captured by Chun Xianhai. Haiteng instantly became nervous. She's not injured, right? If she was injured, it would be difficult to explain to junior brother Lu. She's not injured. Su Yuqing shook her head. You should know the rules of this realm. Trespassers will only be punished with 100 years of hard labor. They won't receive any harsh treatment. Now that woman is mining a mineral vein, and she receives a monthly salary. Haiteng was instantly relieved. Although the Fengtsuan Mountain would capture trespassers, they indeed wouldn't treat outsiders harshly. As a top-grade realm, there are naturally various precious mineral veins inside the Fengtsuan Mountain. They all needed to be carefully mined. Those with low cultivation wouldn't be able to do this, so it was best for the constellation tier to do it. But which constellation tier cultivator in this realm didn't need to cultivate? Who would have too much time to do such chores? It was just right for the trespasser to serve. However, the Fengtsuan Mountain would never do anything too overboard. Although mining mineral veins was tiring, they would receive a corresponding monthly salary. It was equivalent to a forced employment relationship. After 100 years, the trespasser would regain their freedom. It was also because of this reason that even though there were Sunshine Tier cultivators guarding the Fengtsuan Mountain at all times, they would never warn trespassers in advance. The Sunshine Tier cultivators guarding the Fengtsuan Mountain couldn't wait for people to enter and serve. It wouldn't be good to scare them away in advance. That's great. Haiteng was overjoyed. She was afraid that something would happen that she couldn't explain to Lu Yi. Now that she knew that junior brother Lu's senior sister was safe and sound, she was instantly relieved. She pleaded, "Master, can you get her out? Junior brother Lu has done me a favor. Since she's his senior sister, She should be considered as my guest. I naturally have to treat her with respect. But I can't ask her to serve hard labor. That was the logic. If Su Yuqing hadn't known Lu Ye's true identity, she wouldn't have minded fulfilling her disciple's request. It was nothing more than getting someone out. As one of the 3 sunshine tier cultivators in this realm, she had the right to do so. However, after knowing Lu Ye's true identity, Su Yuqing couldn't help but have other thoughts. It wasn't that she wanted to kill him for the bounty offered by the blood race and the insect race. These 2 races were notorious in the universe and had been eyeing Fengsuan Mountain for tens of thousands of years. The relationship between the 2 races had always been bad. It was already good enough that they didn't cause trouble for these 2 races. Why would she do anything that pleased them? Moreover, as a sunshine tier cultivator in a top tier realm, Su Yuqing didn't lack those bounties. She was thinking about something else. She scrutinized her disciple in front of her carefully. She's beautiful and has an exquisite figure. No matter where she goes, she'll be a rare beauty. Her aptitude is also not bad. In the future, she won't stop at the constellation tier. Yu Yao is at the very least. As for whether she can become a sunshine tier cultivator, that will depend on her luck. It seems feasible. Her master didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Haitang from head to toe. Haitang was puzzled. Is there something on my face? After a while, Su Yuqing said, There's no problem with that girl. I'll inform Chen Xianhai later and ask him to release her. Haitang was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Su Yuqing beckoned her over. Come here. Haitang hurried over and stood in front of Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing held her hand and asked softly, What do you think of Lu Ye? Haitang didn't know why her master asked this, but she answered honestly, He's very good. Su Yuqing continued, You've been with him for the past few months. Has he ever done anything rude to you? Never. Haitang shook her head. Junior brother Lu is an upright person. He doesn't even look at me with an evil gaze. How could he have done anything rude? Then, do you think he's someone you can entrust your future to? Haitang was stunned for a moment. After thinking seriously, she said, If I really have to choose someone I can entrust my future to, then junior brother Lu is indeed a very good candidate. However, master, there's nothing between junior brother Lu and I. I've been recuperating these past few months, and junior brother Lu has taken good care of me. She glanced at Su Yuqing cautiously. Why did master suddenly ask about this? Su Yuqing said, The path of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. People have to have some concerns so that their hearts won't feel empty and they can go further. Therefore, even if their cultivation is successful, many people will choose a Tao companion so that they can support each other on the path of cultivation. You've been promoted to a constellation for many years. It's time to choose a Tao companion. Although she was aware of it, when Su Yuqing said this, Haitang was still a little surprised. Could it be that master wants me to become Tao companions with junior brother Lu? What do you think? No way, no way. Haitang hurriedly waved her hand. Junior brother Lu has no such intentions towards me. If master brings it up rashly, it will make things difficult for him. Su Yuqing understood the meaning behind her words and smiled slightly. In other words, there's no problem on your side. Haitang blushed slightly. I don't have that kind of feelings towards junior brother Lu. It's just that my life was saved by him. If he really has such thoughts, this disciple will not refuse. She felt a little strange. It was not that no one in the lesser human clan had become Tao companions, but it was usually a matter between the clan members. It was very rare for them to become Tao companions with outsiders. She didn't know why master suddenly had such an idea. Chapter 13:16. That's good. Go and invite him here. Tell him that I want to see him. Su Yuqing patted Haitang's hand gently. Haitang looked at her somewhat pleadingly. Master, you can't mention this to him. If junior brother Lu really agreed, it would be easy. But if he didn't, she wouldn't have the face to see him in the future. Su Yuqing knew her intentions and smiled. I won't mention it, but you can't tell him what I told you just now. Just pretend that you don't know. I can't tell him anything? Then, junior brother, Lu's senior sister. I have my own arrangements. I won't make things difficult for you. With a trace of doubt, Haitang descended the immortal spirit peak and found Lu Yi waiting in the valley. How is it? Lu Yi asked nervously. Although he had previously deduced that the Yearning Moon Immortal was most likely trapped in Fengsuan Mountain, he wasn't completely sure if it was as he had deduced. If the Yearning Moon Immortal wasn't here, then things would be troublesome. In this vast starry sky, he wouldn't know where to look for her in the future. Haitang lowered her head and avoided Lu Ye's gaze. She didn't directly answer Lu Ye's question and only said, Master asked me to bring you to see her. She still had to obey her master's orders. She couldn't directly tell Lu Yi about his senior sister, so she felt a little sorry for Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded. Of course, he had thought about whether or not he should pay a visit to the master of this place. However, she was a constellation under the sun. If he went without being summoned, it would be somewhat presumptuous. Now that she had summoned him, there was no problem. As Haitang flew towards the immortal spirit peak, Lu Yi didn't notice anything strange about Haitang because he was concerned about the Yearning Moon Immortal. Just as Haitang left the main hall of the immortal spirit peak, Su Yuqing flicked her finger, and 2 rays of light flew in different directions. Not long after, the space in front of them distorted, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. The one on the left had a sage-like appearance and looked hale and hearty. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. If the constellations of this world were here, they would definitely recognize him as one of the 3 pillars of this world. Chen Xianhai of the Cloud Sea Peak. The person on the right was a handsome young man. He was Wu Qima of the Misty Peak. It was obvious that the 2 of them did not come here in person. They were just manifestations of their divine wills. What's the matter? Chun Xianhai asked as soon as Zi appeared. Fengsuan Mountain had 3 great sons. If it wasn't for something important, Su Yuqing wouldn't have used such a method to invite them over. Fengsuan Mountain wasn't considered too big in the first place. If the 3 of them wanted to communicate, they could totally use their spiritual will to communicate. Something big must have happened for the 3 Rihos to gather together like this, because it would be easier for them to discuss. Su Yuqing didn't say anything about Lu Yi, but instead looked at Chen Xianhai. I want the foreign woman you captured 3 months ago. No problem. Chun Xianhai agreed, but was a little puzzled. But what do you want this person for? Su Yuqing smiled and said, What a coincidence. Today, my disciple Haitang has returned, and there's a man from the human race with her. I believe the 2 of you already know. Chun Xianhai nodded, but Wu Qima's interest was piqued. Didn't you say that your disciple fell into the ghost ship? Why? Did you make a mistake in your judgment? Previously, when Haitang went missing, Su Yuqing personally went out to search for her. Wu Qima and Chen Xianhai both knew about this, and also knew that she had inferred that Haitang had fallen into the ghost ship and was dead for sure. But unexpectedly, after several months, Haitang actually returned, safe and sound, and even brought a man from the human race with her. Su Yuqing said, My judgment was correct. She did fall into the ghost ship. Chen Xianhai raised his eyebrows. She was able to escape? He had some understanding of Haitang's background, and he was even more aware of the various strange things about the ghost ship, so he couldn't figure out how Haitang could escape from the ghost ship with her background. Wu Qima was also surprised. Amazing. I wonder what good things she brought back from the ship. Su Yuqing shook her head and sighed. Although my disciple is good, she doesn't have this kind of ability. She was able to escape this time, all thanks to your help. With a thought, she passed on all the information she knew to the 2 people in front of her. After a short while, Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima both understood the cause and effect of the matter. Chen Xianhai suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder she brought back a man from the human race. There is such a great kindness. Wu Qima also said, "This boy is quite a character, actually willing to give up the great amplification spirit bead. If it were me when I was young, I definitely wouldn't have made such a choice." Even though his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ye's, at this moment, he couldn't help admiring Lu Yi. Such a person who knew how to repay kindness would always win the admiration of others. The key is that this boy's mind is very sharp. He saw a glimmer of hope and succeeded. Chun Xianhai was not stingy with his praise. In such an environment where there were treasures everywhere, who would care about the life or death of others? Naturally, it was more important to get a treasure, but Lu Yi still remembered to take Haitang away. Chun Xianhai sighed. Sure enough, the human race is full of talents. If this boy didn't die, his future would be limitless. It's a pity he's not from the human race. Wu Qima said, "This boy shouldn't be related to the woman who broke into this world 3 months ago, right? Otherwise, why would Su Yuqing suddenly ask Qin Xianhai for that woman?" Su Yuqing said, "The two of them are senior sister and junior brother. After that boy took Haitang out of the Spectre ship, he heard that his senior sister had gone missing. After searching for her, he didn't expect Haitang to find her way back. He also speculated that his senior sister might have broken into Mount Fongsuan. That's a coincidence." Wu Qima laughed. "Since they have such a relationship, it's not good to let them serve. Later, I'll ask Brother Qin to let them go. Our Mount Fongsuan is not a tiger's den. There's no reason to treat guests like this." Qin Xianhai nodded. "I'll take care of this," Wu Qima said again. "But fellow Taoist Su, you didn't call us here just for this, right?" These things sounded interesting, but it wasn't enough to make the 3 great sunshine of Mount Fongsuan gather together. Su Yuqing said, "Of course not. I called the 2 of you here for the Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition. The Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition will be held in 3 months. Do you 2 have any countermeasures?" Hearing her say this, Wu Qima felt a bit of a toothache. He shrugged. "No countermeasures." Qin Xianhai also sighed. "Every time the martial arts exhibition is held, we're always at the bottom. For the past several hundred years, the best result was only 2nd place, causing the cultivation environment of our realm to become worse and worse. The younger generation of disciples is also getting worse and worse. If this vicious cycle continues, our realm's future will be bleak." Wu Qima scolded. "Isn't it all because those bastards are disappointing? Every time, they let others show off their strength. We 3 old men have put up so many good things over the years, but we don't see them holding their heads high." At this point, Wu Qima suddenly frowned. "Fellow Taoist Su, the main force of this martial arts exhibition is your disciple Haitang. I notice that her aura is unstable. Could it be that she was seriously injured on the ghost ship? Previously, the reason why Mount Fongsuan stopped sailing to search for Haitang's whereabouts was not only because Haitang had a good master, but also because Haitang had to put in a lot of effort in this Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition. If it wasn't for this reason, a realm definitely wouldn't stop sailing for one person. Mount Fongsuan was a realm after all, not a spirit ship that could stop sailing at will. Now that Haitang's condition wasn't good, it made the already bleak future of their realm even worse." Su Yuqing nodded. "My disciple was trapped on the ghost ship for several months, so her foundation was damaged. However, she should be able to recover in 3 more months. When she held Haitang's hand earlier, she also took the opportunity to check on Haitang's condition." Hearing her say this, Qin Xianhai and Wu Qima felt slightly relieved. Su Yuqing said, "However, even if Haitang really fully recovers, the martial arts exhibition isn't optimistic. When have those 2 sides not participated in the martial arts exhibition before? Not to mention the martial arts exhibition, there are even martial arts exhibition in the late martial arts exhibition. However, on our side, even martial arts exhibition in the middle stage is rare. Wu Qima said, "Then what should we do? There are only 3 months left. Even if the 3 of us put in effort, it's impossible to raise the cultivation of all the participating disciples. In the end, they'll still be at the bottom." Qin Xianhai looked at Su Yuqing thoughtfully. "What good plan does fellow Taoist Su have? Why don't you tell us?" They had discussed the martial arts exhibition many times, so it didn't make sense for Su Yuqing to suddenly pull them over to talk about it. Obviously, there were some changes. Su Yuqing smiled slightly. "It's very simple. We'll get external help." Since they couldn't count on the cultivators of their realm, they could only count on those from outside. Originally, Su Yuqing didn't have this idea, but after knowing Lu Ye's true identity, she had some ideas. Of course, the premise was that this Lu Yi was the Lu Yigu she knew. Chen Xianhai and Wu Qimao's hearts moved as they realized Su Yuqing's plan. "You mean that brat called Lu Yi?" "Yes, what do you think?" Wu Qima pondered and said, "This brat was able to escape from the ghost ship. Just this alone has surpassed 99% of the constellations in this world. He's a good choice. How's his cultivation?" "Early constellation stage. His cultivation is a bit lacking," Wu Qima commented. To participate in the martial arts exhibition, one didn't have to be in the late constellation stage, but even the middle constellation stage was fine. At the very least, it would increase their chances of victory. If it was just the early constellation stage, Mount Fengsuan had backup candidates. Of course, late constellation stage cultivators couldn't be external help. This was the tacit rule of the 3 tribes. Otherwise, if everyone went to find late constellation stage external help, what would the small folk race do in the martial arts exhibition? Therefore, even if they were forced to find external help, the most they could get was a mid-constellation stage cultivator. It wasn't like there hadn't been such a precedent before. "Why did you choose him?" Qin Xianhai wanted to understand this matter. Sunshine Realm cultivators like them wouldn't act without thinking. Su Yuqing must have her own reasons for choosing him. Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Half a year ago, didn't our realm pass by the infinite realm? Thus, I went to look for Shui Xian to catch up with her. From her, I learned an interesting matter." They knew that Su Yuqing had a close relationship with water deity of the infinite realm. The 2 women were both in the Sunshine Realm and had many dealings with each other. Previously, when they passed by the infinite realm, Su Yuqing did go out for a trip. Chapter 1317. Something that could make a Sunshine Realm cultivator say was interesting was obviously not a trivial matter. Qin Xianhai and Wu Qima both looked curious. Su Yuqing didn't keep them in suspense and said bluntly, "About 2 years ago, the once-in-a-century Alpha Origin opened at the Reincarnation Tree. Spirit Sea realm monsters from various realms gathered and competed." Wu Qima pinched his fingers and did some calculations. He nodded and said, "It did open almost 2 years ago." He then said regretfully, "It's a pity that our Minion Mountain clan didn't have the chance to participate in such a grand event." Logically speaking, as long as one was from a large realm, one would be qualified to ask for a clone from the Reincarnation Tree, not to mention a top-level realm like Minion Mountain. The Reincarnation Tree would never be stingy with its gifts. However, due to some special reasons, there was no clone of the Reincarnation Tree in Minion Mountain. Therefore, the Minion race had never participated in the Battle of the Spirit Sea. This was also the reason why Lu Yi was so surprised when he saw Haitang. He had encountered many strange races in the Alpha Origin realm, but he had never seen the Minion race. Did something interesting happen in the Battle of the Spirit Sea? Could it be that an unexpected dark horse had appeared? Wu Qima asked. "That's right." Su Yuqing nodded and told him what she had heard from Shui Xian that day. After a while, Chen Xianhai said thoughtfully, "According to what you said, Lu Ye from the realm of 9 heavens made a name for himself on the other side of the Reincarnation Tree. The one who came to this world with Haitang is called Lu Ye. Su Yuqing said they should be the same person. Haitang said that the realm Lu Yi came from is the Nine Heavens realm. It doesn't make sense that there are two Nine Heavens realms in this world. As for the different names, there might be some other reason. They're early star constellation cultivation matches. Almost 2 years ago, he was at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Such a monster should be promoted to the star constellation realm after 2 years. An 8th level Spirit Sea realm cultivator can suppress a group of 9th order monsters from top level realms. He also defeated the blood race and the insect race. If this child is really Lu, he'll be good. Wu Chima's eyes lit up. Generally speaking, the strength of such monstrous geniuses who could fight above their level could not be judged by their realm. For example, if Gu Yulo from the Yellow Dragon realm was allowed to ascend to the Constellation realm, he would definitely be able to fight above his level. Lu Ye was able to defeat Gu Yulo back then. After advancing to Constellation Mansion, he was probably stronger than Gu Yulo. Therefore, even though he was only at the early stage of Constellation Mansion, the strength he could unleash was at least equivalent to a mid-stage Constellation Mansion. Chun Xuanhai's interest was piqued as well. The question now is this Lu Yi the same Lu Ye? The 3 Sunshine cultivators looked at each other, and Wu Qima smiled. Isn't it easy to verify? Find someone to test him, and he'll know. This was a matter of great importance, although there was no problem with Su Yuqing's deduction. To be on the safe side, they had to confirm it carefully. Halfway up the Immortal Spirit Peak, Lu Yi was flying up with Haitang when he suddenly realized something. Senior Sister Haitang, I participated in the battle for the deity Sea for the reincarnation tree about 2 years ago. Why haven't I seen the Shaoman race? It would be fine if he had not seen them in the Alpha Origin stage. After all, the Alpha Origin stage was not small, and it was very difficult to encounter them. However, on the White Jade platform, Yang Qing had brought him around to broaden his horizons, but Lu Yi had not seen the Shaoman race. This was a little strange. As a top-tier domain, why hadn't Fengsuan Mountain participated in that grand event? Haitang smiled. It's a pity. The Shaoman race also wanted to participate in the grand event for the reincarnation tree, but unfortunately we didn't have the chance. In order to participate, we had to use the reincarnation tree's clone to teleport. However, the reincarnation tree's clone couldn't survive in Fengsuan Mountain. This might be related to the fact that Fengsuan Mountain itself is a starry sky treasure, and the reincarnation tree is also a starry sky treasure. There might be some resistance between the two. Many years ago, experts from Fengsuan Mountain went to the reincarnation tree to ask for a clone, but there was no follow-up after bringing it back. So that's how it is. He had been wondering why he hadn't seen any traces of the Shaoman race at the reincarnation tree. It turned out that there was another reason. The reason he asked this was because he was afraid his identity would be exposed. After all, he had made a name for himself by slaughtering everyone at the reincarnation tree. If there were any Shaoman race experts there, they might have recognized him. But now, it seemed that he had worried too much. While they were talking, a cloud of mist rushed towards them. Lu Yi didn't notice anything strange at first, but when he followed Haitang into the mist, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He had lost track of Haitang in an instant. Senior Sister Haitang? Lu Yi stopped and called out, but there was no response. He called out again, but there was still no response. However, the mist disappeared as quickly as it came. In just a few breaths, the surrounding scenery had returned to their eyes. Haitang was gone, and it was unknown where she had gone. However, there was an unfamiliar figure not far ahead. His figure was broad and plump, but his face was not plump. He was fair and clean, and his face was kind, giving people a good impression of him. He suddenly appeared in front of them, and there was no warning at all before the mist appeared. When Lu Yi saw him, this guy was scratching his head, looking like he was in a very difficult position. There was no other way. His master had asked him to find an excuse to fight with this human in front of him to test his capabilities. The order had been issued very suddenly, and he was not mentally prepared at all. In such a hurry, what excuse should he find? He looked at the human in front of him again. He looked very young, but his cultivation was not bad. He had the strength of a constellation realm cultivator. Thinking about it, it made sense. Without a constellation realm cultivator, it was impossible for him to wander the galaxy, so it was naturally impossible for him to come to Fengtsun Mountain. He could not find a suitable excuse at the moment, so he could only shout at Lu Yi, "Hey, human brat, this mountain was opened by me, and these trees were planted by me. If you want to pass, hee, you'll have to pay the toll." In the main hall, Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai, who were waiting for the show to start, both looked at Wu Qima. Wu Qima flew into a rage. This scoundrel! Where did he learn such scoundrelly words? Let him test other people's methods. How did he become a bandit? I'll teach him a lesson later. That fatty was Wu Qima's direct disciple, and one of the predetermined candidates for the Black Abyss Martial Arts exhibition. His strength was second only to Haitang, and it could be said that his strength had reached the peak of the early constellation realm. He was the most suitable person to test Lu Yi. After all, it was just a test, and it was not easy to find someone whose strength surpassed Lu Ye's. In a battle of the same realm, the situation was clear. If the fatty was no match for Lu Yi, then it meant that Lu Yi had the strength of a mid-stage constellation realm cultivator and could be recruited as external aid. If Lu Yi was no match, then there was nothing to discuss. At the same time, halfway up the immortal spirit mountain, Lu Ye's mind was racing. For a moment, he could not figure out what was going on. He had originally followed behind Haitang and was about to pay his respects to her master. In the end, after a period of confusion, Haitang had disappeared, and this thing had jumped out. This was obviously not an accident. There was a sunshine realm cultivator at the peak. Since she had summoned him, there was no reason for his disciples to stop her. Furthermore, Haitang had disappeared. So, everything that had happened here must have been tacitly approved by the Sunshine Realm cultivator. He must have purposely taken Haitang away to avoid making things difficult for her. Was it a test? But what was his motive? What was certain was that Haitang's Sunshine Realm master was definitely paying attention to this. The fatty shouted for a while, and when he saw that Lu Yi did not move, he shouted again, "Brat, are you deaf? I'm going to rob you. Hand over the spiritual jades." Lu Yi raised his hand, and his right hand slowly pressed down on the mountain pan saber. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Attack!" What? The fatty did not hear clearly, but in the next moment he knew what Lu Yi had said. Under the violent surge of spiritual energy, Lu Yi turned into a ray of light and charged towards the fatty. His speed was so fast that the fatty was taken aback. He shouted, "Brat, you don't care about martial ethics. You actually used a sneak attack." Although he said that, he still made hand seals and sent a series of spells towards Lu Yi. When Lu Yi first saw him, he thought that this guy was probably a spell cultivator, because all the fatties he knew in the land of the 9 continents were spell cultivators, and only spell cultivators could cultivate such a physique. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. But what surprised Lu Yi was that this guy's attainment in spells was actually very high. He could use many spells at his fingertips, and there was no end to them. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that this guy could use many types of spells. Logically speaking, spells used by spell cultivators were naturally limited, and the source of this limitation was their attributes. Everyone had different attributes. If one cultivated spells that were compatible with their attributes, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and their power would also be very strong. However, if one cultivated spells that were not compatible with their attributes, the situation would be reversed. But this fatty's physique might seem a little bloated, but he did not seem to have any shortcomings in his attributes. In an instant, the spells he used were colorful and dazzling. Lu Yi dragged his saber as he moved. His body moved freely, and from time to time, he would use his saber to block the spells that he could not dodge in time. The distance between them was rapidly closing. If it was a battle of life and death, he had his own set of methods to deal with spell cultivators. He could use his imperial flying equipment to attack the spell cultivator and suppress him. However, this was not a battle of life and death, and there would definitely be sunshine cultivators watching from the shadows. It was not suitable for him to expose some of his methods. He could only fight head-on like this. This was also the most common way for a weapon cultivator to fight against a formation cultivator. Fortunately, after ascending to the constellation realm, his strength had increased greatly, and he could deal with such fierce attacks. Of course, this might have something to do with the fact that his opponent also did not use his full strength. Since this was a test, his opponent would naturally not kill him. The spells surged wildly, and Lu Yi was like a fish swimming in the opposite direction. His body shuttled through the colorful lights. The fatty was shocked. He indeed did not use his full strength, but under the premise that he was at the same level of cultivation, his spell tide would not be broken so easily. However, this unfamiliar human, Brett, forcefully blocked it. How strong must his foundation be to do this? How pure must his spiritual power be? How iron-headed must he be? Seeing that the distance between them was rapidly closing, the fatty leaped and quickly retreated, while crazily activating his spells. Chapter 13:18. However, it was of no use. It would have been fine if the fatty had continued to stand in place and maintain the rhythm of his spells. However, the moment he retreated, his mind was distracted, and under the change of rhythm, there were also flaws in the rhythm of the spell frenzy. Lu Yi was very experienced in battle. Although these flaws were fleeting, he still accurately grasped them and rapidly closed the distance between him and the fatty. The fatty's expression began to panic, and he made mistakes in his spells several times, causing the situation to become increasingly unfavorable. In less than 10 breaths of time, the distance between the two of them had closed to 30 meters. Lu Yi leapt high into the air like an eagle, and as he descended, his saber twirled like the moon. The fatty's face was extremely pale, as if he had been frightened. Feeling the ferocious might of the saber, he shouted, "My life is over!" Although he said this, he fiercely punched in Lu Ye's direction. Under this punch, the void trembled, and the fist rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a house, blocking out the light in the sky and his figure. The fatty's pale face also disappeared, replaced by a sinister smile that Lu Yi couldn't see. If he was facing someone familiar with him, his methods wouldn't have had any effect. But today was the first time he had met Lu Yi. How could Lu Yi know what he was capable of? He was certain that Lu Yi wouldn't be able to dodge such a sudden attack. Everything before was just a disguise, all for the sake of this explosive punch. Who would have thought that a spell cultivator could use a fist? Lu Yi had already thought of this. Facing this sudden attack, he seemed to have expected it. His expression didn't change at all. The simple and unadorned mountain saber bloomed with a dazzling light, and with the support of the divine blade, his spiritual energy and blood chi surged. Slash! The blade chopped down on the huge fist. There was only a brief moment of stalemate. The fist, which was the size of a house, was like a deflated balloon rapidly shrinking. A huge force pressed down from above, and the fatty's expression changed. His body involuntarily shrank, and he cursed inwardly. What kind of strange force was this? He couldn't block it. His fist was broken, and the saber continued to slash down. The fatty knew that if he didn't do something, he would really die. He hurriedly took out a purple talisman and slapped it on his body. In an instant, a layer of dazzling golden light appeared on his fat body. Lu Yi originally had the strength to retract his saber after slashing down, but seeing the other party's actions, he simply let go of his saber. The saber slashed down, and the saber light was like snow. Ah! The fatty cried out in surprise and flew far away. the golden light on his body in an instant. He hurriedly got up, ready to fight again. However, his fat stomach suddenly loosened, and there was a faint sound of something tearing. He looked down and saw that his clothes had been torn from the middle, revealing his white belly. Hurriedly shielding himself, he glared at Lu Yi in shame and indignation. "You bastard!" He really couldn't understand how Lu Yi was able to react so perfectly to his sudden punch. Logically speaking, his punch should have caught Lu Yi off guard. Lu Yi looked at him quietly. "I have a friend who appears to be a spell cultivator, but is actually a body cultivator. Very bad. He was also a fatty, not to mention that this fatty's acting skills were really clumsy. As a spell cultivator, and also a constellation cultivator, no matter how dangerous the situation was during battle, he would not make so many mistakes in casting his spells. This kind of thing would only happen to cultivators of the Spirit Stream tier. Even cultivators of the Cloud River tier would rarely make such low-level mistakes. What more a constellation cultivator?" So, after seeing the fatty's actions, Lu Yi was sure that this guy had tricked him into getting close to give him a surprise. The fatty was speechless. He had thought that he had no flaws, but who knew that his opponent had already been on guard. His loss was not undeserved. He clasped his hands at Lu Yi and then flew away. In the hall, Su Yuqing's eyes lit up. Wu Qima was silent. Qin Xianhai nodded slightly. This guy's attacks are very sharp. The big origin talisman is so easily broken. If this guy comes as external aid, it is indeed a good choice. Being able to defeat a peak early-stage constellation cultivator so easily undoubtedly meant that he had the battle prowess of a middle-stage constellation cultivator. This kind of battle prowess was what this realm was lacking. Haitang alone couldn't do much, but if someone helped, the situation would be different. Wu Qima frowned and said, "But this is ultimately our wishful thinking. Whether he is willing to help or not is another matter. It all depends on the person. What's more, isn't his senior sister still in this realm?" Su Yuqing smiled slightly. Chun Xianhai said, "Does fellow Su want to do something to his senior sister? I'm afraid this is somewhat inappropriate. No matter what, this guy has saved Haitang's life, and now he is also Haitang's guest." Su Yuqing said, "Haitang is my disciple. Of course I won't make things difficult for her. Don't worry, I won't force him to do anything. Everything has to be done willingly." Wu Qima chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, to be able to bring a beauty home, he probably won't refuse such a good thing, right?" He turned to look at Su Yuqing. "But, fellow Su, are you really willing?" Su Yuqing said, "If Haitang can find a good home, why wouldn't I be willing? Haitang herself won't refuse this matter. No matter what, the Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition Tournament is the most important thing now. Then I'll leave it to you." Chun Xianhai nodded, and his figure disappeared. Wu Qima followed closely behind. In the hall, only Su Yuqing was left. Su Yuqing didn't lie to Wu Qima and Chun Xianhai about everything she said. She only did mention that there was an expert behind Lu Yi. It wasn't that she wanted to hide anything, but she felt that there was no need to say it. Not only could that expert casually take out a 9-star treasure, but he could also seal a secret technique that could help people defeat enemies on Spectre ship. Su Yuqing couldn't help but sigh at her inferiority. Lu Ye's potential was not bad, and she had a powerful backer behind her. Such a rising star was very suitable to make friends with. If she could really make this happen, she wouldn't be treating her disciple unfairly. Of course, the most important thing was that her disciple didn't reject this aspect. If Haitang had said no before, she would not have had these thoughts. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Yi waited quietly for a moment. When she didn't see anyone, she walked up. Not long after, she arrived at the top of the immortal Spirit Peak. Looking up, there was only a hall standing tall, and there was a faint aura inside. Although the aura was very ethereal, it gave people a very vast feeling. She immediately understood that the person inside the hall must be Sunshine. and the person who could be here was undoubtedly Haitang's master. Straightening her clothes, Lu Yi stepped in and saw a woman sitting cross-legged in the empty hall. Looking at her for a moment, she couldn't tell her age. She seemed to be in her late 20s, but also in her early 30s. Her temperament was pure, but also full of charm. She was a national beauty, and even though she was sitting cross-legged, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. Haitang was undoubtedly a beautiful woman, but compared to the woman in front of her, she lacked a lot of charm. Lu Yi respectfully stepped forward. "Junior Lu Yi greets Senior." Su Yuqing smiled slightly and raised her hand. "No need to be so polite, sit down." Lu Yi sat down obediently. The hall was spacious and empty. Su Yuqing scrutinized Lu Yi from top to bottom. For a moment, she was speechless. Lu Yi sat still and looked back with a clear expression. She was curious. Master Haitang seemed to be looking at her strangely. After a while, Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Haitang has already told me about all the previous encounters. Virtuous Nephew was able to treat those treasures as nothing and take Haitang out of the Spectre ship. This queen must thank Virtuous Nephew for this kindness." Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Senior's sister Haitang helped me a lot on the Spectre ship. In the end, it was all because of her efforts that this junior was able to pass the test. If it weren't for Senior's sister Haitang, this junior is afraid that this junior would be in a situation of being imprisoned at this moment. Senior's sister and I were just helping each other, so it's natural for me to bring her out." Su Yuqing was undoubtedly very satisfied with his attitude, and her expression became more and more kind. "That's true. But in the situation at that time, how many people can make the choice you did? You made the choice, so you are Haitang's savior." Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, fearing that the other party would say something like, "Since he is her savior, I should repay him with my body." That would be big trouble. Fortunately, Su Yuqing had no intention of saying this. Lu Yi wanted to ask why the fat man blocked the way just now, but the other party didn't mention it, so Lu Yi simply pretended that nothing had happened just now. He went straight to the point. "Senior, this junior came here with Senior's sister Haitang this time because I have a request." Su Yuqing said, "It's about your senior sister, right?" "Haitang has already told me." Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. "May I ask, Senior, has my senior sister ever been to Mount Fangsuan?" Su Yuqing nodded slightly. 3 months ago, there was indeed a human woman who trespassed into this world and was captured by the Cloud Sea Peak's peak master, Chen Xianhai. But you can rest assured that this world has never been harsh to the cultivators who trespass into this world. We just let them do some manual labor. After Chen Xianhai captured her, he placed her in a mine to mine spiritual ore. I have already spoken to Chen Xianhai and asked him to release her. Haitang is now going to pick her up." Lu Yi heaved a long sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in his heart was lifted. He quickly got up and bowed to Su Yuqing. "Many thanks, Senior." Su Yuqing smiled. "You are Haitang's benefactor, which means you are a guest of the immortal Spirit Peak. Since that woman is your senior martial sister, she should be treated differently. It's just that—" At this point, Su Yuqing revealed a troubled expression. "Did something happen?" Lu Yi asked. Su Yuqing said, "You don't know, but among the 3 great sons of this world, Chen Xianhai is the most old-fashioned and stubborn. Any foreign cultivator who trespasses into this world will have to serve for 100 years. This is a rule set by the ancestors and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. What I mean is that since that woman is your senior sister, she can naturally be a guest of this world and come and go freely. But that old man Chen Xianhai insisted on adhering to this rule, and I couldn't do anything about it. After much persuasion, your senior sister was finally spared from the hardship of serving. Although she can come and reunite with you now, she can't leave this world for the time being. I have to apologize to you for this. It's the new year, and I might be a little busy visiting relatives and friends in the first month. I will try my best to maintain 2 updates a day. Everyone, please forgive me. If there is only 1 update a day, it means there is a guest at home. End of chapter.